마이크 테스트. 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘, 셋. 마이크 테스트. 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘, 셋. 아니야, 무슨 바람이 불어서는 아니고. 아니, 어제 얘기했잖아. 어제 얘기했었는데. 어제 못 오신 분들 꽤 있나 보네. 어제 미리 말씀드렸던 건데, 오늘 저녁에 제가 TRPG를 하러 가야 되기 때문에 그것 때문에 방송을 좀 일찍 켰어요. 그래서 오늘은 일찍 키고 일찍 끕니다. 일찍 키고 일찍 끕니다. 그리고 조금 이제 얘기 좀만 진행하다가 한 25분이나 30분쯤에 게임을 진행하러 갑시다. 우리 32,000 넣었네. 되게 많이 넣었다. 허허, 주기적으로 꾸준히 넣고 계시구만. 시간 확인방에 에브리언을 쳐주는 게 좋나? 여보, 혹시 시간 확인방에 에브리언 같은 거 쳐줄까요? 뭐 생기면? 나 일부러 거기다가는 에브리언을 잘 안 치고 있거든. 여러분들 좀 시끄러울까봐. 에브리언 쳐주는 게 낫나? VRG 저지른 것 같다고? 뭔데? 트위터에 춤영상을 올렸어? 뭐 여기서 방송에서 같이 봐달라는 건가요? 그거를 왜 방송에서 말씀하고 계시지? 뭐 같이 봐달라는 뜻이겠죠? 지금 제가 바로 틀어드릴게요. 뭐 방송에서 같이 봐달라는 뜻으로 말씀하신 것 같은데, 저 정도 얘기면. X 바느기 쪽으로 가면 되는 거잖아. X 위로해달라고 얘기한 거라고? 누가 그런 걸 위로라고? 위로를 원했으면 저 오늘 힘든 일이 있었거든요 이러면서 얘기해야죠. 3분 전에 올라왔네. 우리 다 같이 볼까? 좋아 반갑습니다. 이건데? 되게 잘 추신데요? 소리 꺼야 돼? 야, 되게 모션 미쳤다. 모션이 되게 잘 움직이네. 엉덩이 빵실빵실 하는 거 봐. 나 엉덩이 저게 너무 웃긴데? 초코 버전? 그런 건 없습니다. 하하하. 됐어, 그만 봐. 시끄러. 뭐 아무튼 그런 일들이 있었다. 뭐 얘기하고 있었죠? 아 맞아, 여러분. 그리고 투네이션이 지금 그거거든요, 여러분. 업데이트 중이어가지고 지금 투네이션 못 쓸 겁니다. 지금 뭐 점검 중이래. 난 납치를 시켜본다고? 절대 안 하죠. 아이고, 백겨우랑님 어서오세요. 반갑습니다. 좋아. 근데 오늘 뭐 되게 일찍 켰는데 다들 이 시간에 어떻게 이렇게 많이 보러 오셨냐? 좀 대단한데. 여러분들 어떻게 이 시간에 오셨는지 모르겠지만 학교시군요. 그리고 제 디스코드 알람이 울렸어요. 뭐죠? 누군가 방송을 키셨나봐. 그렇구나. 점심은 먹었습니다. 코로나 걸렸다고? 왜 코로나를 걸렸대? 아이고, 하구루님도 어서오세요. 반갑습니다. 이 시간에 켜져 있는 초곰? 이 시간에 켜져 있는 초곰을 아는 사람들은 그거죠. 그 초창기 유저분들이면 저보고 1시간 23분 늦었다 할걸요? 초곰님 오늘 1시간 23분 늦으셨어요 이러면서 빨리 오셔가지고 원신 하셔야죠 이랬었는데, 그때는 거의 원신이 주력 방송이었기 때문에. 좋아. 이거 파는 멍멍이님 어서와요. 반갑습니다. 롤 안합니다. 그림 안 그릴 겁니다. 지금 게임할 겁니다. 선차단 다 했죠? 아차차 왜 욕해요. 반응이님 욕했으니까 10분 배나겠습니다. 좀 너무하네요. 10분 동안 갔다 오세요. 바로 풀어드려야지. 아무튼 뭐 다들 진상손님 것이냐고요? 아이고 바른멍멍이님 팔로우 감사합니다. 고맙습니다. 바로 팔로우 끊고 다시 팔로우 하는 거 봐. 뭐야? 아이고 솔리테리아님도 팔로우 감사합니다. 어서와요. 반갑습니다. 혹시나 저를 처음 보시는 분들은 제가 이 시간대 원래 방송하는 사람이 아닙니다. 원래는 저녁 방송을 진행하는데 오늘은 저녁에 일이 있어서 미리 켰습니다. 오늘 아가사 크리스티를 오늘 끝낼 겁니다. 아가사. 오늘은 바로 추리게임. 거의 아마 진행이 끝난 것 같은데 우리 5시간 했거든? 한 5시간 정도 남았네. 그러면 아가사 크리스티 오리엔트 특급 살인 사건. 오늘은 바로 그림 방송 안 하고 게임 방송을 할 겁니다. 바로 갑시다. 다시 보기 킨 거 확인했고, 아니요, 영화는 아니고요. 게임이에요, 게임. 이번에 출시한 게임. 또 패드를 연결해야겠군요. 대충 이게 또 시리즈 못 보셨으면 또 어렵거든요. 대충 설명을 해드리자면요. 지금 중요 내용은 그거예요. 어떤 다이내미가 있었어요, 대위에. 근데 그 대위 다이내미가 그 보모가 어떤 이상한 남자한테 빠져가지고 그 남자가 그 다이내미 납치했는데 뭐지? 100만 달러 달라고 하고 그 100만 달러 받고 다이내미 죽이고 그래가지고 그것 때문에 그 살인사건이 일어났었는데 지금 그 살인사건하고 관련된 사람에 대한 과거를 보고 있습니다. 그러니까 그 사람이 누구인가에 대해서 제가 알아내고 있는 상태예요. 그거가 지금 주요 사건이라고 보면 될 것 같습니다. 오케이, 바로 진행을 해볼게요. 오늘은 그쵸, 유모가 게트롤에서 지금 그 똥 치우러 가고 있습니다. 지금 또 추가된 내용이 뭐냐면 여기 지금 오른쪽에 왼쪽에 떼어있는 오두막이 그거거든요. 그 죽은 딸이 있던 곳. 근데 여기를 조사하던 기자가 한 명이 있는데 그 기자가 내가 이 사건의 진실을 알고 있다 라고 해서 지금 경찰서로 납치해 왔습니다. 그쵸? 경찰서로 납치해 왔습니다. 그냥 이 새끼 너 범죄 현장에 뭐하고 있는 거야? 이러면서 호수영이다. 유모가 어시스트 아니죠?
A gold mustache. Thank you very much.
일단 가볼까요? 여기 있나? 그렇죠. 아, 저기 계시구나.
An extra computer so I don't have to go all the way out to my desk. This is all a game to him, and he doesn't expect to lose.
이거에서 질
The
거란
only
생각을 안
comfortable
한다.
chair in the whole station. But there's no time to rest. Case files. A lot of them for our tiny town. I'll add these to the file. Anything that will erase Clark's smile.
얘에 대한 정보군요. 오케이. 아이고, 론트님도 어서요. 반갑습니다. 좋아.
This is all an extra computer so I don't have to go all the way.
오케이. 야, 자식이 말이야. 우리
Now
한번
that we've
취재를
taken your
시작해보자고.
DNA, we can begin. Interview of suspect Michael Clark, 6 p.m., March 30th, 2019. This interview is being recorded.
얘는
By
경찰이에요.
elves behind the mirror, no doubt?
You were arrested at a crime scene where you damaged police
그치?
barricade tape.
I'll pay for a new role.
That's a Class A misdemeanor, and it carries a $500
500달러면
fine.
얼마지?
Oh, that's unfortunate.
To begin with,
50만 원?
where were you on the night Daisy Armstrong was kidnapped?
I was watching TV in my motel room, but I had my police scanner on. I heard the first reports that the little girl was missing. No way the police at the scene were gonna let me get close. Set my alarm so I could
67.5만
get on the story first thing in the morning
비싸네.
and tried to sleep. It was difficult.
Can anybody confirm where you were?
No, afraid not. I was alone and sleepless. A sad combination. And I realized a bad alibi.
너 이거에 대해서 얘기해봐. 너 이거 뭐야 이거? 뭐야? 선택할 수 있네. 이거는 얘 명함, 얘 그 운전증. 뒤에 보스턴 뉴스에 뭐 전화번호가 있어. 그다음에 이거는 얘가 타고 온 차량에 대한 얘기인 것 같아요. 지프 트럭인가? 그러게 사륜 자동차네. 이거 먼저 물어볼까?
Let's start with why you went to the cabin.
If the police were interested in it, I was interested in it.
너 트럭에 대해서 얘기해야 될 것 같아.
That pickup of yours. That's a very nice ride. Especially for a stringer who only gets a few stories on the air. How can you afford it?
When Boston 6 does use a story, they pay okay.
That truck is top of the range. How much did it set you back? $55,000, $60,000?
5만
When I
5천?
have to,
6만?
I do what everybody else does. I take
대출을
out a
하나
loan.
했다고?
How about you, detective? You got a loan on your car?
He's enjoying himself. I need to throw him off balance somehow, surprise him into making an error.
Explain to me again how you got to the crime scene.
I listened in on the police radio frequency.
무전을 들었다.
Anybody can do it with a scanner.
스캐너가
I headed for the
있는
crime
거야,
scene in my trusty pickup, like I've done for years. After the forensic team left, I needed to see the crime scene for myself. I got to the bunker just before you arrived.
도착하기 직전에 발견했다고? 구라치지 마.
I need proof,
왜?
not guesswork.
이거 구라 같은데. 너 이거 최근에 샀다 하지 않았어?
You said you've been driving that pickup for years?
You heard right. Thanks to it, I never miss a story.
차량 등록증?
You say you've been using your pickup for years, but the title certificate is not in your name. The truck belongs to somebody named Stephen Baker.
Okay, I don't get why the pickup is so important to you,
거기까지 못
but I
봤는데.
guess my ego made me say that. Yeah, the pickup was lent to me by a friend. I couldn't afford it even with a loan.
I think you stole it, Mr. Clark. You needed a pickup like that for our mountain roads, so you stole that one.
Try proving it. But while you run off on some wild goose chase, you can't hold me.
기름통.
Let's move on to the gas cans and what we found in your pockets when you were brought in here today.
그렇지.
That sounds exciting.
너 방화용품 이거 뭐야?
In addition to the gasoline in the back of
너
your
기자라면서
pickup
방화하러
and
왔니?
another in the bunker, you had a lighter and gloves in your pockets. You were going to set fire to the bunker
그러니까.
and every scrap of evidence inside.
Where to begin? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I wasn't planning to use these things to destroy the crime scene. I've been around crime scenes my entire career. I brought the gloves so as not to contaminate it with my fingerprints. The gas can in the back of my pickup, I use it to put gas in the truck. Gas stations are few and far between in your mountains. I didn't know there was a gas can in the bunker. If that's true, I did you a favor. My arrival obviously scared off somebody
내가
trying to
갖다 놓은
burn
게 아니다.
everything.
Do you also have an excuse for your lighter?
The lighter? I'm trying to quit smoking. I use the lighter as a reminder not to start again.
어이가 없는 놈이네. 다시 피지 말자는 의미로 라이터 들고 다닌다고? 또라이 같은 자식들.
You say you're a journalist, a stringer for Channel 6 News in Boston.
I sell my stuff to lots of media outlets.
너 카메라 두고 갔잖아. 너 카메라 두고 갔으면서 뭘 찍으려고?
Your camera was in your pickup. You didn't want to take pictures of the crime scene?
담배가
I
해로운
like to
건
get
모두
the lay of the
태워버리는 거라고?
land.
그런
Once
거야?
I see the story I want to tell, then I start documenting it.
I don't know any journalist who works a case without their
그러니까.
camera close at
말이 안
hand.
되는데?
He thinks he's invincible. I need to play his ego. That's the key.
자존심?
What are you doing in the Berkshires? And what is your connection to the Armstrong case?
For the past few months, I've been working on a big case. Boston 6 News was looking forward to my next story. The Armstrongs have been on my list of potential targets for a long time. I changed gears when Daisy was kidnapped and started investigating the Armstrongs.
몇 달 동안 대형 사건을 취재하고 있었는데 기다리고 있고 취재 후보로 올렸던 사람들이라고? 취재 후보?
It won't be easy to prove he's lying.
거짓말? 거짓말이 있나?
Find some evidence.
취재 나와봐. 아, 이걸 못 보네, 증거를.
Come on, Joanna. You're a better
뭐야?
detective than that.
두 번째인가?
Where's a lie detector when you
뭐야?
need one?
세 번째, 네 번째인가?
So you just stumbled on a major kidnapping story during
뭐야?
your stay in the Berkshires.
Yeah, I was researching PCBs in the river for
방금이라서
crying out
그런가?
loud. Then, wow, the Armstrongs. That's not a Science Sunday report. That's a lead. Sometimes you just get lucky.
기자 출입증? 아니지, 너 근데 그럴 거였으면 카메라를 더 들고 갔어야지.
Your camera in the pickup. There were photos of Daisy from
아
before.
맞아, 거기
she was
데이지 사진도
kidnapped.
있었어.
The Armstrongs are a famous family like the Kennedys or Hollywood couples. Gossip sites love them. People want to see how they live. I started out just stealing candid
가십 때문에
shots.
찍은 거다?
Paparazzi live on getting that one exclusive
아하.
shot. Steamy, intimate, whatever. Then when the kidnapping happened, I realized I was here first. What an opportunity. And I jumped at it.
You have an answer for everything.
You're not very good at this, are you? How long have you been on the job?
Long enough to put you away for life. If you killed that little girl.
너 왜 이렇게 힘없어 보이니?
I know that Clark is lying. I need to reconstruct the whole sequence of events in order to understand what happened.
재구성한다. 좋아요. 사건을 한번 재구성해 볼게요. 자, 내가 도착하기 전에는 클락이 먼저 바리게이트를 끊어놨죠. 그 다음에 열어놓고 열어놓고 이걸 들고 연 다음에 내가 오는 소리 듣자마자 던지고 문 닫은 다음에 나를 보고 놀란 거죠. 아이고 WJ님 어서오세요. 반갑습니다. 어서와요. 이 순서거든.
Score. One for the good guys.
그래.
I'll tell you what really happened. You waited until forensics left and arrived in your probably stolen pickup. You grabbed a can of gasoline from your truck. You then went into the cabin to check if Daisy had been found. You then went straight to the bunker to see if it had been discovered,
아, 얘가
planning to set it on
범죄자다.
fire and destroy all the evidence inside. Before you could start the fire, you heard me arrive. So you hastily left your gas can and closed the hatch. You didn't think I could open the bunker. If I hadn't found you, I expect you would have burned down the cabin too.
I'm not going to make fun of you, Detective, or how you handled my interrogation. You're obviously very new at this. I swear I'm telling the truth. I didn't know the bunker was there until the moment you showed up. I seem to have trumped your entire police force.
When I get the DNA results from the bunker, we'll continue this
뭐야?
conversation.
You have no
인정했는데?
concrete evidence against me
아이고
whatsoever.
우주연님
The lab results will be in
레이드
soon.
나나나나
You
반갑습니다.
won't get
어서와요.
away with this.
반갑습니다. 나나나나.
See that call? That's your arrest warrant and a one-way ticket to
이거
prison. I'll be
체포영장이야 이
right back.
자식아.
Hello, sir. I think I found the man who kidnapped Daisy Armstrong. I'm interrogating him now.
Hold on, Detective Luck. I have some bad news.
What?
Someone set fire to
Oh?
the cabin in the bunker. The fire department is on the scene,
Oh?
but they say it's too late.
That's impossible. My suspect has been in the interrogation room with me all
두
evening.
명이어서
Can't hold him. Suzanne Moreau. Her fingerprints are on the wine bottle
Oh?
found in the cabin. We also found an unknown person's fingerprints, but they don't match your suspects.
Sir, with all due respect, I'm convinced Michael Clark is involved.
얘 이게 막
Detective, I'm cutting you some slack already, but we cannot hold your suspect simply because you're convinced he's guilty. We have evidence that Suzanne was working with an accomplice, Noah Garrity. I order you to release the reporter and arrest this Moreau.
Let me just check my last lead. The DNA analysis of the hair found in the bunker safe. The results just came in.
I know how hard this is. Okay.
오케이.
Get the DNA results. Detective Locke, I will give you 1 hour
한
maximum.
시간?
Then you close the file and arrest
아하.
Suzanne Moreau.
Thank you, sir.
자식이.
Who did you call here?
An editor from the Boston 6 News.
An editor you
구라를?
repeatedly said should fire you. That was your accomplice, wasn't it? You were telling him to start the fire.
An accomplice?
노아 아니야?
I know it was Noah you called.
I'm saying nothing more without the presence of my lawyer.
Stay right where you are.
오호.
I'm not done with you yet.
Wow. Do I hear grounds for a lawsuit?
Some poor innocent woman is being accused instead of you. You set her up, didn't you?
You have to let me go, detective.
All I need is one more phone call to the lab. I know it's you, and I'm going to prove it.
DNA.
Hello, this is Joanna Locke. I need the results of the DNA test I asked you for.
Hi, Detective. Sorry, we only have the DNA sequence. We haven't had time to compare it with the suspects yet. It'll take 7 more hours. I'm sorry, but you are not the only one on the waiting list.
Send your analysis to my computer in the office. I'll do the comparison myself.
I need authorization.
I have a murderer who is going to walk free unless I get those results
감정
now.
호소.
Fine, we'll send it to you right away, but I'll have to log this.
네가 가져갔다는 거 증거 남을 거임.
It's my last chance.
비교해봐. 뭔데? ATC? ATC가 없는데? ATC? 이거 없나 본데? 아니지, 이게 발견돼야 되는데? CTG, CTA가 어디 있어? 어디 있어? CTA 이게 그대로 들어가야 되는 거 아니야? CTA, CCC, ATC 있다고? 어디? ATC, 아니야. 근데 저 ATC는 아니야. 안 맞는데? 다른 ATC야. 가로 3에 세로넷. 그니까. 이거하고도 안 맞아. 미체는 나왔니? 이렇게 놓는 건가? 뭐지? 일단 비슷한 것끼리 놔둘까? 아니네. 이렇게 하면 안 되네. 아래에서 두 번째 미체 같다고? 아래에서 두 번째. 오늘요? 어쩌다 보니까? 미체 같다고? 다시 들어. ATG? 이게 있어? ATG가 없는데? 기다려봐. 뭘? 따랑. TTC? 어디? 아래에서 두 번째 TTC가 있어? 이렇게? CCC 있다고? 어디? GGC, CCT, CCA. CCC는 있는데? 왼쪽 딱 붙어서? 이거! 근데 안 놔지는데? 이렇게인데? 뭐야, 안 나죠? 어이? 뭐지? 이렇게 두는 게 아닌가? 이렇게 두는 거 아니에요? 아니래? 네모칸을 일단 벗어나면 안 되는 것 같아. 이렇게 하면 딱 맞거든? 그러니까? 아니, 야, 맞는 게 없잖아. 있어? ACA. 내 열받네 이거. 얘인가? 아닌데? 맞춰진 게 있어? 왜? 아니, 여긴가? 아닌데? 숫자 모르랑 똑같은 게 있다고? TTA 이건가? 다른데? 아래에서 세 번째? 아래에서 세 번째. 여기 어디? 왼쪽에서 세 번째 사각형? 왼쪽에서 세 번째. 이렇게? 이렇게? 맨 아래 세 번째? 이렇게? 이렇게는 안 돼. 이 네모칸 안에 들어가야 돼. 야, 맞는 게 없는 것 같냐, 왜? 보인다고? 수잔인데? 야, 잠깐만. 수잔이랑 맞추면 안 되는 거 아니야? 아니지, 수잔이 그 보모잖아. 보모 아닌가? 미체리가 보모였나? 누가 보모였지? 일단 이렇게 맞는데?
No.
그러니까 수잔이면 안 되는데?
I don't understand. I was sure it would be Clark's hair. I'll have to let him go.
어딜 여니 너? 야, 구라핑이라도 쳐봐. 구라핑이라도 쳐봐.
You can leave.
아니네. 구라핑 안 치네.
Sorry it didn't work out for you, detective.
개 나쁜 자식.
Maybe you should consider a career change.
We are not done.
아직 안 끝났다.
Oh, but we are, my dear. We are done.
I had no choice but to return to the Armstrong house to arrest Suzanne Moreau.
수잔이가 미친놈이긴 한데 잡아갈 정도는 아닌데. 보모가 미친놈이긴 한데 잡아갈 정도는 아니거든요. 아하, 이게 보모로 결정이 나네. 아니, 보모는 내가 볼 때 그냥 이용만 당하고 버려진 것 같은데. 야, 오후 9시인데 왜 이렇게 태양이 밝아? 뭐야? 여기 뭐 날씨 세기선이 바뀌었니? 오후 9시래. 오후 9시
The
왜
arrest
이렇게 밝아?
warrant for Suzanne Moreau. Suzanne was set up by Clark and Noah. They are the kidnappers, but I'm not giving up. When Suzanne comes up for trial, I will fight for her defense. But for now, the district attorney is in charge. If
근데
I want to stay a detective, he always has the last word.
사실 우리가 변호할 건 없어요. 이 새끼가 잘못하긴 했어. 아니, 어떤 놈이 어머, 이 남자 봐. 내가 클라라에 대한 얘기를 하니까 클라라를 너무 좋아해줬어. 내가 요즘 키우고 있는 아이였는데 뿌듯 이러면서 약간 좀 바람 같은 행동을 하긴 했거든. 굳이 구해줄 필요는 없긴 해. 근데 얘를 잡는다고 쟤를 못 넣는 게 좀 그렇네.
The door is wide open. How strange.
설마 보모 죽였냐?
Hey, is anyone there? Miss Moreau?
설마 보모 죽였냐?
Miss
그러면은 이제 미궁이거든?
This is Detective Locke. Miss Moreau, can you hear me? It's me, Detective Locke. You must get up now. Miss Moreau? Miss Moreau, can you hear me?
Suzanne Moreau is dead.
어?
There are no traces of blows
어?
or injuries on her body.
아니!
She doesn't seem to
아니!
have defended herself from anyone.
방언이 보이지도 않는다고? 약먹 죽은 거 아니야? 수면제잖아.
It appears Suzanne killed herself by ingesting all these drugs.
어? 뭐 남겨놨냐? 얘 혹시 남자친구가 그 자살하라고 해서
Her glasses are missing.
어? 그러게? 안경 여기 원래 남아있었는데? 안경은 또 어디 갔냐? 이건 그대로 있고. 키 있냐? 키도 가져갔네? 아니 키까지 가져갔네?
Suzanne's diary
Ah.
is missing.
뭐야? 모로씨, 이런 연락을 드리게 돼서 유감입니다. 애덤스 선생님 말씀은 며칠째 연락이 안 된다고 하더군요.
Suzanne was telling the truth about her
설마
mother.
모친 죽어가지고 그거랑 연동시켜가지고 죽인 거야? 내가 데이지를 죽였어. 살려서 풀어주면 입을 열까 두려웠어. 내가 한 짓도 나 자신도 용서하기 힘들어.
She must have realized at last how she'd been used. The death of her mother would have been an
고모짓이야.
additional shock.
그
And the
여자가
self-righteous
불쌍한
court
아이
of social
죽였어.
media was as quick as usual to try and convict her.
부모가 아이한테 그런 짓을 하다니 평생 가둬버리면 좋을 텐데. 모르는 살짝일 게 없어. 또 이민자를 죽였네. 매사추세츠의 사형제도를 부활시켜라. 저런 짓을 해도 감옥에서 편히 살겠지. 매사추세츠는 원래 마녀를 화형을 시키기 위한 곳이야. 아하.
I called the district attorney to inform him.
This is Detective Locke, sir. I'm at the Armstrong house.
Have you arrested Suzanne Moreau?
아니요.
She's dead, sir. Apparent suicide, but I need a forensics team.
She killed herself out of remorse for her part in the crime.
We don't know that yet. I'm calling forensics now, but I
이
wanted you
시간에
to know.
웬일로 해고? 저녁에 그거 있거든.
Stay on site until forensics arrive.
Yes, sir. Standing by.
The investigation was officially closed.
Aha.
I was certain that she was innocent, and Clark had been responsible for 4 deaths and then vanished into thin air. With $1 million. Dollars marked, though, and not easily spent. I didn't care if the case was officially closed.
오늘 저녁에요? 네.
I swore, Mr. Poirot, whatever it took, I would hunt him down.
아하, 이렇게 돼서 그냥 얘 따라온 거구만. 너무 밝게 냉 하는 거 아니냐고요? 그럼 어둡게 냉 할 순 없잖아요. 그래서 이 열차를 내가 타러 왔다 라는 거군요.
I waited for the forensics team, then went into the station to write my report. I was officially off the case.
Thank you, mademoiselle. That obviously cannot be the completion of your story. If I might ask a question?
Of course.
레치? 아니지. 어? 레치가 클락이었어?
My Michael Clark, the reporter. He was Ratchet?
Absolutely. I was the only law enforcement official to question Clark. I knew this wasn't his first kidnapping.
You looked for similar cases. What do you Americans call the MMOs?
레치가
Means,
클락이었구나.
motive, and opportunity. Yes, I looked for someone in plain sight. Someone on the edge of a kidnapping case. Someone in plain view, keeping track of the investigations. An innocent witness, a concerned neighbor, even another reporter.
And eventually you found a name behind an alias.
Yes, I found a name. Cassetti, the real name. The real name of the man you call Ratchet is Cassetti.
This explains
Cassetti.
much, mademoiselle, but not all.
It explains why she is our number one
얘가
suspect.
죽였다고 그러면?
But not how she came to be on this train. Attends, she has grown pale.
I don't know what's wrong with me. Excuse me, Mr. Poirot. I don't feel very well.
You are exhausted and still feeling the effects of the
얘가
drug.
죽인 것 같진
Stay with
않은데?
us, mademoiselle. One more effort. I need to know your recent
너가
movements.
왼손잡이냐
I
혹시?
snuck aboard the train.
This I observed. You came directly to this room?
Yes. Yes, and other than a couple of careful trips to the ladies yesterday, I never left this room. I didn't want to be spotted by Ratchet. Yesterday, I chatted with my roommate, Miss Schmidt, I think,
슈미트
here in our
씨랑
room.
얘기하고.
She brought me some dinner. I got very sleepy and nodded off.
슈미트가
Now she
약한 것
nods off
같은데?
again. Is this a joke? She must be faking so we can't interrogate her further, Poirot.
No, Book. She really seems to have fallen asleep again. It is
슈미트한테
my
가봐야 될 것
fault.
같은데 이거?
She must have been given a dangerous dose of sleeping
그치.
pills last night. The effects should wear off soon, I hope, but I am afraid asking her to tell us her story was too much for her.
Pinch her, Poirot. She's faking.
Her eyes are dilated. She is not faking, and there will be no
구라핑이야.
pinching.
졸린 거
Dr.
구라핑
Constantine,
같아.
please stay with her. Monsieur Book, ask the other passengers to
아하.
gather in the dining car. There are still many questions I need to ask.
드디어
All of them
본격적이군요.
together?
다 모이자.
Won't someone overhear your questioning the
이거
others?
코난이
I
잘
will
쓰는
speak
방법이죠.
softly because I am trained to do so. They will speak softly because they want to.
Very well. I will do as you say.
모든 사람들을 다 한 곳으로
I'll
모아주세요.
stay here to watch over Miss Locke.
다 같이 얘기하겠습니다.
I hope your investigation is going well, Mr. Poirot.
알아? 나봐. 그러면은 지금 사건이 슈베르가 누구지? 수잔모로. 얘가 미첼 클락이 지금 죽은 사람인 얘 세뮤얼 레치라는 거고요. 변장 되게 잘한다. 그 다음에 쟤랑 같이 지내던 사람이 누구라고? 포시에 말고 하드런? 하드먼인가? 얘 몇 호실 썼지? 105호? 얘가 밥을 가져다 줬다고? 힐데가르드 슈미트가? 어? 뭐지? 사건이 대체 어떻게 꼬여있는 거야? 쟤한테 수면제를 왜 먹여? 설마 우리가 걔가 남장해가지고 그거 했나? 남장을 한 건가? 보모라면 충분히 그 속을만 해. 걔 어지간한 띨박이가 아니어서 눈치 못 챘을 수도 있어.
I hope we will be leaving soon.
아직까지 사건의 전체적인 그걸 모르겠네? 뭐야?
I should go and interview the passengers in the restaurant car.
일단 계속 가보죠. 사건의 진실은 언제나 여기 있다. 다 불렀나요?
The passengers who agreed to come and talk to you are assembled, Poirot. Mr. Masterman is already here to answer your questions.
Perfect. Thank you, my friend. Sit down, Monsieur Masterman, please.
Thank you.
왼손잡이가 없어. 일단은.
Does the name Cassetti mean anything to you?
No, should it?
Have you heard of the Armstrong kidnapping case?
Of course. It was all over the news a few years ago.
아하.
Your employer's real name is Cassetti. He was the man behind that kidnapping.
Mr. Ratchet was... He murdered that poor little girl?
Mr. McQueen, the man
Aha.
you worked for is a kidnapper named Cassetti.
What? What kidnapping?
He murdered his victim, a child named Daisy Armstrong.
The Armstrong kidnapping?
You had no idea of Monsieur Ratchet's real name?
Damn skunk!
Why are you so upset?
My father was the district attorney who handled the case, Mr. Poirot.
Aha.
I saw Mrs. Armstrong more than once.
어허.
She was a lovely woman, so gentle and heartbroken. If ever a man deserved what he got, Ratchet, or Cassetti, is the man. He didn't deserve to live.
Madame Olson, have you heard of the Daisy Armstrong case?
No, I've never heard of it.
It was only 2 years ago. It was famous.
Maybe so, but it was not famous in
스페인까지는
Spain,
안 퍼진
where
모양.
I have been helping the refugees from
그치.
Africa.
You've never heard the name Daisy Armstrong?
No, never.
Daisy Armstrong? No.
No.
No!
No.
Yes. It was all over the English tabloids before I went to Jordan. A
얘도 알고
horrific crime
있었고.
that claimed the lives of an entire family and their wrongfully accused nanny. That's right, isn't it?
Quite so.
I
맞아.
thought the culprit had been punished.
Some might say that the culprit was punished last night.
Oh, my heavens.
May I ask you a few more questions?
Yes, of course.
미국에서 생활했었어?
You read about the crime, as you said, in the tabloids.
미국에서
Yes,
일어났던
that's right. For
사건인데.
weeks, news of the royal family was eclipsed.
Have you ever been to the United States, mademoiselle?
No, never. Jordan was really my first trip abroad.
요르단?
You were in Jordan?
Yes, I was an English tutor there to the children of a high official. Until recently.
What is your relationship
걔랑
to
무슨
Captain
관계야?
Arbuthnot?
Who?
A former soldier traveling with us. You must have met him.
Ah, yes, I met him on the platform in Istanbul. We only had a brief exchange of pleasantries, nothing more. British Reserve and all that.
Ah, the British Reserve. Yes, with this I am familiar.
너 왜 거짓말 쳐?
Are you sure everything you have told me is accurate, Mademoiselle Debenham?
너희
Of course.
같이 방에 있었잖아.
Mademoiselle, I know that you met Captain Arbuthnot at the Tocatlian Hotel.
빨리 제대로
You
얘기해.
were spying on me.
I am very attentive to my surroundings. It helps in my profession.
Well, it's your word against mine.
I had occasion to be of some assistance
그
in
방에서 내가
recovering
귀걸이를
Captain
찾았다 이 말이야.
Arbuthnot's train ticket. While searching his room, I also discovered one of your earrings. Whatever your relationship may be to the good captain, I doubt it has anything to do with British Reserve. You will not tell me your secret, mademoiselle?
I can't. I don't know what you mean.
어허.
Miss Debenham's got nothing to do with this business. Nothing. Do you hear?
뭐야? 어? 부하루라면 가볍게 뒤로.
Archie, stop.
Captain, no! This behavior
피할 수
is
없었습니다.
unworthy of an officer and a
피할 수가 없었어요. 부하루는.
Alone. Have you no honor?
Archie,
이거
we should
그냥
go.
여사에 반갑습니다.
Captain Arbuthnot, I am certain you are a brave soldier, but
아니, 이걸
you
못 피해?
are a poor actor. The truth is that
너 연인이지?
your relationship with
그래.
Miss Debenham is
너희들이 하룻밤
beyond doubt,
잤잖아.
Captain. Your reaction was apparently that of a man trying to protect the woman he loves. I might understand that if your relationship were some cleverly disguised secret, but it is not. You make puppy dog eyes at one another at every opportunity. You cannot hide your love. Everybody knows.
I advise you to stop with your accusations, Mr. Poirot. I'm going to escort Miss Debenham back to her compartment. Make of that what you will.
The captain and Mademoiselle Debenham are obviously adamant about not revealing their relationship, but this scene convinced me there is more that is not so
이거 피하려다가
obvious.
바로 그냥
This
뺨싸대기
murder has
맞아놓고.
everyone on edge. In my 25-year career, I have never seen such madness aboard the Orient Express.
I understand, my friend. The more we learn, the more perplexing this train ride becomes. But we have other clues to pursue.
좀 많이
What do you
얽혀
have in
있어
mind?
서로.
The broken watch on Monsieur Ratchet's wrist, for
1시
example,
15분에 고장난
and the
시계.
handkerchief found near the body.
H라는
Who does that
유전자기
belong to?
손수건.
This little drama we have just witnessed has not put you off the scent.
Far from it, my friend. Will you return to your watch over Mademoiselle Locke?
Yes, I
Lock.
will. Dr. Constantine can probably use a break.
Good.
Au revoir, Poirot.
난 뭐햄? 나 또 얘기하러 가 애들이랑? 시계가 고장난 시간은 1시 15분이다. 시계에 대한 가설. 이거 H라 적혀있잖아.
That's the right answer.
그러면은 H? 하드먼, 힐데가르데, 호타르, 헥터, 허버드. 설마 힐데가르데 거야? 아, 7명. 힐데가르데 가능하고, 호타루, 헥터, 허버드, 하드먼, 2명 더 있어야 되는데? 콘스탄틴, 아버스너? 이렇게야?
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth.
얘가 아니라 메리 데버너 거?
I do not think that's the right answer.
누군데? 비싸 보여가지고 이렇게 하는 거야?
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
누군데? 아치필드 아바스넛, 콘스탄티, 메리 데버넘, 나탈리아 드라고미로프, 장포세. 힌트 봐. 없는데? 이름을 모르는 2명이 있다고? 안드레니 백작 부인이니까 콘스탄티? 아하.
My little gray cells did not.
얘기해봅시다. 시계에 관한 관한 가설 3개, 죽은 채 발견된 시간을 가리킨다. 살인사건이 벌어진 시간을 가리키고요. 이거겠죠?
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer. Let me consider all the possibilities.
시계를 조작을 했거나 발견된 시간은 아니니까. 아니면 살인사건이 벌어지기 전에 고장났을 수도 있고.
Yes, there are only 3 possible hypotheses.
그치?
The watch has
누구라도
been
시간에 댈 수
tampered with,
있었으니까
or
시계는.
it is out of adjustment, or it indicates the time of the murder. I shall explore these last 2 possibilities before reaching any conclusions. If the watch is out of adjustment, it may be broken. There may also be another reason related directly to Ratchet. Maybe the watch is set to another time zone.
모순되는 정보가 있어? 그러면은? 어떻게 하면은 시계가 유리가 깨지기 전 시계가 제대로 작동이 돼 있었나?
No, not good.
유지가 깨지기 전에 잘 작동하고
This is wrong.
뭐야?
But I'm never far from the truth.
주침 보자고?
The watch was not defective because
고장
the
난게
second
아니라고?
hand is still moving. That was easy.
만약에 고장이 났었다면은 초침이 움직이지 않았을 것이다. 1시 15분에 죽었다면은 레치 흉내를 냈었다. 왜 40분이나 있었지? 그러면 말이 안 되는데. 이스탄불? 이스탄불이 어딘데? 헝가리 쪽 이스탄불. 빨간색이네? 보면은 UTC 2시간이잖아. 플러스 2. 지금 오리엔트가 있는 곳은 저희 지금 1시 쪽이죠.
If this theory is correct, then the murder took place at 12:15 a.m. I must interrogate all the passengers
사건
to see if any
시간이
of them have an alibi
12시
for this
15분일
hour.
것이다. 그러면 지금 1시간이 더 지난 시점이니까. 아하, 화장실? 아하.
Monsieur Foscarelli, I would like to ask you a few questions if you allow me.
Ah, Signore Poirot, is it? I was wondering when
또 레이튼
you
교수 왔다
found
또.
me. Unfortunately, you find me on a mission.
제가 이걸
of
고치려고
mercy.
했는데요.
Hello, Monsieur Poirot. Sorry, we have a small problem. The orange
Aha.
juicer has broken down and I can't fix it. Mr.
Aha.
Foscarelli has kindly offered to help me.
It isn't a car engine, but I am doing my best.
Even with the 2 of us, we can't manage.
Let me guess. You call upon Poirot to help.
I'd be happy to answer your questions.
자, 레이튼
When
교수하러
we
들어가자. 자. 이렇게 하면은 이렇게 돌아갈 거 아니야. 여기가 좀 더 작은 걸로 들어가야 될 것 같은데? 위쪽이네? 이렇게 돌아가기 시작하고 저 밑에 큰 걸 돌려야 되는데? 어허. 돌아가고 여기가 이렇게 같이 돌아가고 작은 거 저쪽에 하나 넣으면 되겠다.
Voila, it should work correctly now.
야, 수리했다. 빨리 얘기해봐.
Bravo! I should stick to automobiles.
Well, now we can talk calmly. Monsieur Foscarelli, is it?
Antonio Foscarelli, delighted, Monsieur Poirot.
You have, of course, heard about Ratchet's murder last night.
Oh, naturally. It is all anyone is talking about.
살인사건 일어났는데 열심히 산다.
Have you ever been to the
미국
United
혹시 가신 적
States?
있나요?
Yes, it has been a primary market for our cars for the last 10 years.
You remember the
암스트롱
Armstrong case?
사건은요?
Armstrong? The name? Yes.
아하,
It
기억하고
was
있네?
a little girl. A baby, was it not?
Yes, a very tragic affair. Did you know that Cassetti, the kidnapper, was actually Ratchet?
Oh, no. Then he deserved to die. I mean, wouldn't you agree?
Can you tell me your movements on the night of the murder?
알리바이에
I
대해서는요?
went to bed right after dinner, but I slept very badly. My roommate, Mr. Masterman, had a toothache. Oh, he moaned all night. It woke me up several times.
Did you hear anything or
그때
notice
뭐
anything
본 건 없고
unusual?
듣거나
No, nothing that I can think of. I stayed in my bed all night.
Well, thank you, Mr. Foscarelli.
I'm sorry I couldn't help more, signore.
그 정도는
I
충분해.
remain at your disposal if you should need me.
그러니까 사건의 용의자로서만 빠져나가는
Thank you so much, Monsieur Poirot. I can put up.
열심히 팔고 아바스넛이랑 얘랑 겹치는 거는 포쉐고 부크가 그 맥퀸이랑 하루 종일 얘기했고 데버넘이 그 누구지? 누구랑 같이 지내는데? 올슨이었나?
I do not think that's the right answer.
기억이 안 나는데? 일단 얘는 얘 맞거든? 부크가 맥퀸이랑 대화했고 두 명이 기억이 안 나네? 올슨인가?
I must admit I'm not right this
힌트 좀
time.
볼까? 너무 옛날이어가지고 기억이 안 나네. 모리 포쉐 닐스는 같이 있었다고? 아니 이거는 나도 알고 있지. 얘네 둘이 문제인 건데. 더 알려줘봐 하나만. 데버넘은 올스와 콘스탄티 데버넘은 올스하고 콘스탄티는 부크랑 있었다. 이렇게겠네요.
No.
어? 아, 데버넘이 콘스탄티? 콘스탄티는 부크랑. 아. 얘가 얘인가? 아하.
Et voilà.
알리바이는 서로가 그렇게 증명을 해주고 있고요.
Enchanté, mademoiselle. You are
Hildegard
Hildegard Schmidt?
Schmidt.
I am la folle. And you, I know, are Herr Poirot.
Correct. May I ask you for a few minutes of your time to answer a few questions?
With pleasure, but first may I ask for your help?
Why does this not
오자마자
surprise
또
me?
레이팅 교수화 됐죠 또.
Don't know.
I am at your service, Fraulein.
My mistress, Princess
아, 제가
Dragomirov,
마트로시카
has asked me to
인형이요.
open this
이거를
traditional
쓰거든요.
Matryoshka doll. There is a trinket inside she must retrieve.
Madame, in my experience, each Russian nesting
열면
doll
되는 거 아니야?
simply pulls apart to reveal the
그러니까.
next one inside.
Indeed. Yet try it for yourself.
As you wish.
You are a gentleman.
You are a gentleman. 아하. 아, 이런 형식으로 돼 있구나. 계열받게 돼 있네. 이거 뭐? 어? 여기서부터 내가 어떻게 맞춰? 아! 얘 설마 꽃 순서가 있나? 분홍, 주황, 분홍, 주황, 분홍, 주황, 파랑에 연한꽃? 아하! 3개로 줄어들었네? 주황, 에? 됐다. 어허. 모임? 친애하는 친구에게.
The inscription reads, To my dearest friend.
어허, 되게 쓸데없는 거.
Thank you very much.
어허.
This doll reminds her of her youth in Russia. It was very hard under the Soviet
그렇군요.
regime, but thanks to her strength of will,
그럴 수
she
있죠.
rose to be the head of a museum of antiquities in St. Petersburg. Even though she now lives in Berlin, it is said that the Kremlin still fears her.
She must be a
그러니까
formidable
공작부인
woman
밑에서 일하시는
indeed.
분이죠?
You are her maid?
I am her companion.
아,
I help her in
친구야?
her daily tasks, and I keep her company.
뭐 그냥
아,
친한
forgive
본
me.
친구 이런 느낌이네.
You will have heard of Ratchet's murder last night.
Yes, of course. Everyone is talking about it.
알리바이.
Can you tell me how you occupied your time last night?
Just after we left Istanbul, I had tea with my roommate, Fräulein Locke. I went to dinner with the princess, and when I returned to my compartment, Fräulein Locke was already asleep. A little later, Herr Michel, the conductor, came to get me because Madame la Princesse needed my help. Her back troubles her. I massaged her for about an hour.
Do you remember the time?
I'm sorry, I do not, mein Herr.
시간은 모르고 자수가
Have you
부수고.
lost a handkerchief embroidered with an H, madame?
Oh, no, monsieur.
I thought perhaps since your first name is
힐데가를
Hildegard.
해줬어요.
It is not mine, I tell you. I could not afford something so nice. I have no idea who it belongs to.
My apologies, I did not mean to alarm you.
어허. 얘 거 같은데. 네 친구가 해준 거 아니야?
Thank you for answering my questions, madame.
쓸데없는 저런 거나 시키고 말이야. 어? 똑똑.
Monsieur, I am Hercule.
I know who you are, Monsieur Poirot. What do you want?
Answers to a simple question or two.
All
간단한
right, but quickly.
질문만.
My wife is quite ill. I would like to stay by her side.
I promise. First of all, I imagine you know about the murder.
Of course. The Countess is terribly distressed.
Your full name?
Rodolphe Adreny,
Your home is?
Budapest.
And how do you come to be aboard the Orient Express?
I am a Hungarian diplomat. My family has represented our homeland since the revolution from the Soviet Union in 1956. I was on my country's business in Istanbul. Business which I cannot discuss.
And your wife often accompanies you on your diplomatic missions?
Yes, and why not? Was there anything else you wanted to know?
헝가리 외교관이고. 나이는 한 34세 정도 되셨나?
I'm right again. That.
헝가리는 동양처럼 성이 앞이야?
Can you tell me how you spent last night?
I was in our compartment with my wife. She went to bed early. I played a video game on my phone. Around 11 o'clock in the evening, my wife woke up and couldn't get back to sleep. She took a
수면제를
sleep.
가지고 있었네.
As for me, I went to bed soon after that and slept straight through until morning.
Have you ever been to the United States?
I was posted to the Hungarian embassy in Washington for a year.
You knew perhaps the
암스트롱
Armstrong
가문도
family.
아시나요?
Armstrong. It is difficult to recall. One meets so many people.
안드레니
It was the kidnapping of a child, a very sad affair. The culprit was the man on this train who called himself Ratchet, the one who was murdered last night.
Indeed. It sounds like justice finally caught up with him.
Thank you for your time. Now, I'd like to speak to your
사모님이
wife,
아프지만
if you
얘기는
don't
해야 될
mind.
듯.
It's impossible. As I told you, my wife is very ill. Thank you, and good luck with the investigation.
저게 정상적인 반응이지.
Eh bien, the good count does not appear to want me to talk to his wife.
내 방엔 뭐 없고. 안녕하세요.
Hello. Can I do something for you?
Hello, Monsieur Hardman, I believe. You have heard of the
살인 사건에 대해서
murder?
아실
Cyrus
거고요.
Hartman. Yes. And the fact that there's been a murder is all over the train.
You do not seem very concerned about it, monsieur.
It's not the first murder I've run across.
I had no idea the selling of toys was so dangerous. I did overhear you mention at dinner that this is your profession.
Toy salesman is a cover. I'm a private detective,
아,
just like you, from the U.S.
탐정이야? 아니. 30살 되셨나요?
Think, Poirot, that is not...
21살이신가요?
No.
55살이신가요? 나이 개 많네.
I'm right again. That... I did not expect to find another
그러니까
detective on this
탐정 두
train.
명일 줄
I just
몰랐네.
finished a job in Istanbul when I received an email from Ratchet. He hired me to protect him.
Something you failed to do.
Okay.
I'm not happy about that. He'd received some threatening letters. I was supposed to watch his back, and yeah, something I failed to do. But he seemed to think he was in more danger when he left the train.
He was traveling to Paris?
I assume so, but I'm not entirely sure.
Can anyone on this train confirm your identity?
Yeah, that McQueen kid, Ratchet's secretary.
Were you on duty last night?
You bet. I kept my door open a crack and I watched all night. No one entered that car who didn't belong there.
Did you see anything in particular?
The conductor, Michelle, he was there most of the time too, except for 15 minutes or so after we left Vinkovsky. He must have answered a call from Ratchet's room, then he was absent again for a while around 1 a.m. After that, he didn't move until 5.
Monsieur Hardman, have you heard
Armstrong
of the
사건 아시나요?
Armstrong case?
Armstrong? The kidnapping 3 or 4 years ago? Who hasn't? Why?
Ratchet's real name was Cassetti. I have reason to believe he was the kidnapper.
What? He killed that little girl? No, I didn't know. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken the job.
Do you have any idea who was
협박은 누가
behind
보낸지
the
알겠어요?
threatening letters?
I don't know his name, but Ratchet told me he was a small man. Dark hair, with a womanish kind of voice.
Oh, thank you for your help.
이거 혹시 네 거?
Is this handkerchief embroidered with an H yours?
Do I look like the kind of guy who would use a handkerchief like that?
아니라고
Thank
하면
you
되지 뭐.
for
그렇게
answering my
대답하니.
questions, Monsieur Hardman.
Listen, Poirot. I know I fell down on the job, but if you need help, any at all,
근데
let me
왜?
know. I'd like to make it right.
아, 내가 못 믿었겠지만 물어는 봐라. 이거 뭔데? 완전 오래된 전화기 쓰는데? 뭐야?
have seen one of those.
자판 있는 전화기 아니야? 너 뭐 이런...
I am not prepared to receive anyone.
아하.
Come back later.
Very well, madam. I'll come back later. But you will need to speak to me.
마담 저랑 나중에 얘기하셔야 돼요. 이거 하니까
So, my friend, have you finished your investigation?
No, but I have
워킹
managed
데드
to
같은 거 하면
solve a few
재밌으려나?
mysteries.
Okay.
근데
I
내가
stay
스토리
here to
좀
watch
알고
this
있긴 해
young lady.
워킹 데드는.
Excuse me, Doctor. May I ask you a question?
Anything that can help the investigation, Mr. Poirot.
I wanted to know what your first name is, Doctor.
My name is Robert. Why?
Find out if the handkerchief embroidered with an H could have been yours.
I'm a doctor, Mr. Poirot. Cloth handkerchiefs are a playground for
면재질
viruses.
손수건은 바이러스 덩어리예요. 아, 소리가 달라지니까 나중에 한번 해볼까? 기회 되면은.
Ah, Monsieur McQueen, may I ask you a question?
나 할 게임 되게 많네. 이렇게 보니까. 자수 박힌 손수건. 그것도 약간 이런 식의 게임이잖아.
Embroidered with an H. Is it yours?
No, I don't use cloth handkerchiefs.
Thank you. I won't bother you anymore.
그래요. 너 것도 아니고요. 이러면 다 얘기한 건가? 아, 밖에 있나? 밖에서 담배 피고 있나? 뭐야? 뭐야? 이거 왜 보여주고 있는 거야 이거?
Okay.
고객님.
I am not prepared.
Very.
나중에 오라고? 아, 귀찮게 하네 진짜. 아니, 내 신문을 이렇게 무시해도 되는 거야? 야, 이러면 경찰이 왜 하라 그랬어? 지들끼리 히히덕거리든지 하지. 씨. 아, 여기도 있구나.
Madame Hubbard, may I ask you a question or two? It won't take long.
Anything I can do to help?
Have you
손수건 혹시 잃어버렸나요?
misplaced a handkerchief recently?
No, I don't think so. Why?
We found a handkerchief embroidered with the
비싼
letter
손수건인데?
H, so I thought it might
얘도
have been
가지고 있을 수도
yours.
있어.
I'm sorry, but it's not. It may belong to Miss Schmidt, Princess Dragomirov's lady's maid. I believe her first name is Hildegard.
It is a possibility. Anyone could be
그러니까
lying.
다
of
거짓말하는 것
course.
같아 내가 볼 때.
I thank you, madame.
다 자기 거 아니라고 하겠지 뭐.
Monsieur, if I am to catch this
대장님
murderer,
도와주세요.
I will need your help.
My help? I am at your service, Poirot.
아내를 사랑하시는군요.
You are obviously a devoted husband, Count Andrini.
My wife means the world to me.
아하.
There were questions in Budapest about a Hungarian diplomat marrying an American woman.
It did not deter
포기하진
you.
않았군요.
I would have given up my position for her. I would
완전
think it is
로맨틱이잖아.
universal. Are you married, Mr. Poirot?
No.
아니요.
I fear marriage
전
is
결혼 안 할
not for
거예요.
me.
저
But
평생 탐정일만 할
condition,
거예요.
is it very grave?
She is suffering a bout of vertigo. You understand? The room
멀미인가?
spins.
I think Dr. Constantine
콘스탄티가
could
봐줄
help
수
your
있잖아.
wife.
There is a doctor on this train? I did not know. Where is this doctor?
아, 직접 데려오셔야 돼요.
I think Dr. Constantine is in the lounge car. If not, perhaps the conductor can tell you where he is.
Very well. I will find him. Thank you very much.
갔다 오세요. 하이.
Forgive me for intruding, madame. I am Hercule Poirot.
I know who you are, Mr. Poirot. I overheard you send my husband on a wild goose chase.
Your husband cares for you greatly, madame. I apologize
어쩔 수
for
없었어.
exploiting that fact. But the situation
그러니까
is
부인한테도 물어보긴 해야
urgent,
돼.
and I need to ask you a few questions.
Apology accepted. I realize you must speak to everyone. This horrendous murder. It's very upsetting.
That is a beautiful
뮤직
music
박스를 가지고
box.
계시네요.
Please don't touch the music box.
아,
It's a fragile family
가보야.
heirloom.
Your accent, is it American? Boston, perhaps?
You have a good ear, Mr. Poirot. Yes. Born and raised in what we
보스턴의
call the
백베이스
Back Bay.
출신.
Are you in the diplomatic service like your husband?
No, not officially. I was still in college when I met Rudy 2 years ago. I keep myself busy handling his scheduling,
매니저네 그냥.
travel, appointments.
Ah, what is this saying? Behind
남자는
every
여자
great
하기
man
나름이다라는
there
말이
is a
있죠.
great woman.
That was the saying.
Ah,
Today
yeah.
one might reverse the sentiment as well, don't you think?
Of course, I stand corrected.
Of course. 국적은 미국이고요. 무직이신 것 같고 21시겠네요.
That was easy. A handkerchief embroidered with an H was found at the
혹시
crime
선생님 거?
scene. By any chance, does your first name begin with an H?
No, my first name is Elena, with an E.
아하, 알리바이 좀 혹시 될
Can
수
you
있나요?
tell me what you did last night?
Well, my husband and I went to dinner. Then we came back here. We went to bed around 10 o'clock. I tried to sleep, but I couldn't because of the shaking of the train. I suffer from vertigo. I finally took a sleeping pill and that did
그래서 수면제 먹고
When did the
잠들었었다.
train's motion prevent you from sleeping?
between midnight and 2 a.m. I know because I must have looked at my
소리
watch
들으셨나?
about 10 times.
I see.
잠을 못 잔
Come
거
now,
맞아?
Countess. You are not telling me the truth.
Why do you say that?
그때 열차 멈춰 있었어.
The train stopped at 12:30 a.m. due to snow.
그 시간에 열차
So
멈춰
there
섰어.
was no shaking of the train. But you told me that it was the shaking that prevented you from sleeping.
I don't know, you're confusing me. My vertigo.
Madame, a man died last night. You can't talk nonsense just because you're sick.
아,
You are
갑자기
hiding
갑자기
something from me.
머리가
How dare you? I didn't do anything wrong. I'm going to find my husband.
갑자기 머리가 어허 왜 다들 숨기는 거야?
That was unkind, I know, but my strategy worked. I can now inspect this room in
어허 탐정은 더 먼 길을 봤죠? 오케이 넌 필요 없어 이 방 조사해야지. 어허 귀걸이들이 좀 많네. 수면제.
These must be the sleeping pills that Countess Andreni took last night.
수면제를 먹은 건 맞는 것 같아요. 어허 건들지 말라지만 바로 건드려버리기. 이거
It's
뭐야?
closed.
새 모양이 있고 이건 무슨 모양이래? 꽃? 장미같이 생겼는데? 어허
There seems to be something missing here.
뭐지? 장미를 하고 춤추는 여인? 노래, 별. 뭐지?
It's closed. It's closed. It's closed.
It's closed가 왜 해결했어요? 잠겨있다는 뜻 아니야? It's closed라고 한 거 아니야? 여기서 멈출 수도 있네? 힌트 있나? 아, 힌트 한번 보기 시작하니까 모르겠는데. 아, 위에 문양을 맞춘 건가 보다. 꽃새... 꽃새꽃? 꽃새무? 꽃새풀? 풀새꽃? 아닌가? 이거 순서인가? 나무, 꽃, 새. 나무, 꽃, 새. 새, 꽃, 나무.
It's closed. It's closed.
전혀 모르겠는데?
There seems to be something missing here.
힌트 하나 봐볼까? 왜? 왜 꽃나무새지? 왜? 왜 꽃나무새야? 왜?
There seems to be something.
나 이런 거 알아야 좀 하는데. 꽃나무새? 왜? 꽃. 뭐지? 어째서 꽃나무새지? 이해가 되질 않은데. 꽃. 왜 이거지? 왜? 땡그르르 돌리라고 있는 거다. 이거 혹시 왜 꽃나무새인지 아는 사람 있나요? 여기 판 밑에 이렇게 표시가 돼 있었구나. 아하. 이거 이제 봤네. 아하. 표시가 돼 있었구만. 이거 뒤에 봐야 될 것 같은데? 열어봐. 짠짠짠 짠짠 짠짠 짠짠. 내가 저걸 맞출 수 있을까? 이렇게인 것 같은데? 네. 이건 뭐야? 아, 밑에 문양 맞춰가지고 올려. 이?
An engraving written
뭐야?
in
H잖아 너.
Russian Cyrillic.
핫한나라고 적혀있는데?
Like a first name. An engrave.
아니 구라를 쳤어?
for my beautiful young ladies,
아하.
Helena and Sonia.
헬레나 소니아.
Helena with an H. It's Countess Andreni with an older girl.
Poirot! Have you no shame?
뭐?
Monsieur, I am afraid shame is not
너
a
지금
very
부끄럽다 그랬냐?
helpful emotion for a detective.
진실을
trying to
추구하는
detect
건
the truth.
남의 걸 털어서라도 진실 만드는 거야 원래.
I am investigating a murder, Count Andreni.
My wife is
너가 열지 말라고
My
했지만.
apologies, monsieur, but your
그
wife
미안.
seemed in perfect
하지만
health when she
아파 보이지
left the
않았어.
room to find you.
뭔
I
소리 하는
do
거야 지금?
apologize, but I needed to search your compartment.
You will regret this, Poirot.
Please, Count. You aren't going
미쳤다.
to challenge me
격투,
to a duel, are you? Countess, I'm afraid I took the liberty of inspecting your little music box.
How dare you?
뭐한
The
짓이에요?
message in the medallion was addressed to you and Sonia. Sonia Armstrong. Your older sister? The mother of Daisy, the murdered child.
여보.
I am a Hungarian diplomat. You have no official standing here. You have no right to search.
No, Rudolph. Let me speak. It's useless to deny what this gentleman says.
잘 말할게.
I am Helena Goldenberg, the sister of Sonia Armstrong, and Daisy was my niece. The music box is a gift from my sister's godmother, a very close friend to my mother. We hid the truth from you when we learned that the man killed last night was the person who destroyed my family. I panicked. I didn't want to be accused.
That is also why you
그래서 H가
lied
없다고
about
거짓말 친
the
거야?
H in your first name?
Exactly. Your ferreting about looking for the H is obviously part of your investigation.
If I found a handkerchief
이
in
손수건
Monsieur
너희
Ratchet's
거네.
room embroidered with an H, I might suspect you
그러니까.
had been there.
A handkerchief? I don't have any handkerchiefs embroidered with my initial. To be honest, that sounds awfully old-fashioned to me.
I give you my word of honor that last night, Helena never left her compartment. My wife is telling you the truth, Poirot.
I hope so. I'll let you rest.
진실이길 바랄게. 이미 너 구라핑 한 번 쳤어 이
The
자식아.
matter of the H on the handkerchief still needs clearing up. But first, I should check the inscription on the back of the medallion.
H A T A A가 아닌데? 약간 이 모양인데? 하고 작은 N 아닌가? 봐봐 눕혀져 있는 모양이 있나? H A T A T A 이거랑 작은 N이랑 거꾸로 된 R 이거 아니야?
Natalia. Would it be Natalia Dragomirov? She is the only Russian passenger on the
Natalia
train.
Dragomir.
In addition, her first name begins with an H in Cyrillic. My little gray cells did not let
이로써 안드로니 백작 부인은 소니 암스트롱의 동생이고 드라고미로프 공작 부인이 데이지의 데모야? 아하 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 공작 부인 제가 뭘 하나 알아냈는데 말이죠. 아니
I am not prepared.
I'm sorry, madam, but a man has been murdered. I must ask you a few questions.
You must have misunderstood me. I cannot speak to you just now.
Madame,
그렇겠지.
I know that
소니아
Sonia
암스트롱의 대모신 것
Armstrong
알고
is
있어요.
your goddaughter.
아하, 문을 열 수밖에
Come in,
없죠.
please.
아하.
Please forgive my intrusion, madame.
진짜
but
다
I really
엮여있네.
must ask
이
you some
열차에서.
questions.
Then ask. I'll answer if it pleases me.
We have not been properly introduced, yet I have observed her a couple of times, so I can already deduce some things about her.
러시아의 박물관 관장의 한 85세.
Et voilà.
아하.
I will first ask you about last night. Will you tell me your mood?
어떻게 지내셨죠?
I went to bed just after dinner. I read until 11, then tried to sleep. Later I woke.
What caused you to awaken?
I suffered from back pain, a consequence of old age interfering with an active life. I called Schmidt around 12:45 a.m. to give me a massage. She did so until I fell asleep.
아,
How
45분쯤에
long was she
불렀었다?
with you?
A good hour, I would say.
아하.
I see.
얘 근데 목소리가 그 빨간 모자에 나오는 그 할머니 목소리랑 비슷한데? 그 영업한 그 할머니 목소리랑 되게 비슷한데?
The first initial of your first name, Natalia, in the Cyrillic alphabet looks exactly like the letter H in the Latin alphabet.
I'm Russian, Monsieur Poirot, and I was the head of a museum of antiquities in St. Petersburg for decades, until I moved to Berlin recently. I'm familiar with Cyrillic.
그렇군요.
This handkerchief is
손수건
yours,
부인건가요?
isn't it?
Yes, indeed. I lost it.
It was
오호,
found in
레치 씨
Monsieur
객실에
Ratchet's
있었는데요.
room. Can you explain to me why Madame Schmidt didn't
그러니까.
identify the handkerchief? She must have known it was yours.
Possibly to protect me. She is very loyal.
아하, 슈미트가
Your
거짓말 친
next
거다.
question will be, how did my handkerchief come to be lying by a murdered man's body? My reply to that is that I have no idea.
That is not an answer, madame.
It is all I am able to give you.
아하. 서로 기싸움이 아주 그냥.
I must tell you, Princess Dragomirov, I have discovered something astonishing.
And that is?
You are Sonia Armstrong's godmother.
You make that sound like a revelation. I have never hidden the fact, monsieur.
You
숨긴 적이
knew
없다.
Colonel Armstrong well, then.
I knew him slightly, but his wife, Sonia Armstrong, was my goddaughter. I was on terms of friendship with her mother, the actress Linda Arden. Linda Arden was a genius, one of the greatest tragic actresses in the world. I was not only an admirer of her art, I was a personal friend.
Very well. But this links you to the Armstrong kidnapping case. Elena Andreni is the sister of Sonia Armstrong, the late mother of Daisy Armstrong, kidnapped and killed by the man who was
그치.
murdered on this train.
그게
Ratchet.
여기서 죽은
Indeed.
레치죠.
Was it he? Then justice has at last been
아하.
served.
Allow me to summarize.
Do I have a choice?
First coincidence, I shall call it. You are close to the Armstrong family, and the presumed assassin
부인이
of Daisy
왼손인가 혹시?
Armstrong was killed while you were on board the same train. Second coincidence. Your handkerchief happens to be found at the foot of the victim's bed. Third coincidence. One of the stab wounds inflicted on the body was by a
부인도
left-handed
왼손잡이시죠?
person. You are left-handed. That is a lot of coincidences,
왼손잡이인 거
Princess
어떻게 알았대?
Dragomirov.
Well, Monsieur Poirot, call it fate. If you report to the
우연한이겠나.
police your coincidence,
나도 그냥 우연치 않게 왼손 쓴 거고
a woman
우연치
of my
않게
age
그쪽에
and
손수건
frailty
떨어진
has
거고
violently murdered a man? With how many potential witnesses who saw me doddering along the corridor in the middle of the night like Lady Macbeth?
You are right, Princess. You could
혼자서는
not work
불가능하시죠.
alone, which means you have one or more accomplices. And it is only a matter of
그 한 명 다
time
찾아낼
before
거고요.
I find out who they are.
I would appreciate it if you would remove yourself from my room and take your fantasies with you.
아하. 나갈까요? 결국에 한 명은 부인이시네.
Привет! Привет!
어허. 얘는 슈미르. 포스카는 왠지. 백작은 백작. 포스카는 이쪽이랑 하드머니 미셸인가? 미셸이 계속
That
있었던
was
걸 본
easy.
사람. 아하. 누구한테 이제 말하러 가볼까요? 자, 이디야. 자, 이디야.
Oh, Poirot, you're there. She hasn't moved, but she seems to be waking up little by little.
참 이것저것으로 막
What about you?
꼬여있다 얘기가.
Your investigation progresses?
I find myself helping everyone with their
인정.
problems.
인정.
before they
내가
can
온갖
help
잡일
me
다 하고
with
있어.
mine.
박스 옮기고, 숙제 해결하고, 기계 고치고.
Helped
내가
with
레이튼 교수하러 온 줄 알아? 쇼리하러
repaired
왔어
an
나.
orange juicer, unlocked some Russian dolls. Also, my investigation
그러니까.
can proceed.
Don't forget the dessert recipe.
How can I?
Truly, the labors of Hercules.
My
아니,
friend,
나한테 갑자기
I
레이튼
would
교수
rather clean
시킨다니까.
out the Orgeon stables. Yet,
인정.
I have managed to solve a few mysteries.
Oh, tell me everything.
자수 바뀐 손수건에
The embroidered handkerchief belonged
공작
to
부인
Princess
겁니다.
Dragomirov. I also found out that she was Sonia Armstrong's godmother.
On the same train with the little girl's murderer?
Exactly.
그치.
Also, Elena Andreni is the younger sister of Sonia Armstrong, Daisy's mother.
Another passenger connected to the Armstrong case?
Yes, Book. What are the odds, do you think?
확률적으로 말이 돼?
But I cannot see either woman stabbing Ratchet over and over
그러니까
again
홧김에
in
살해한
a
것 같진 않아 또
frenzy.
둘 다.
And they apparently have alibis.
고장난 시계에 관해서
I had three theories concerning the broken
세계의
watch.
가설.
It could have been
시계에 손을
It
댔거나
could have been out of adjustment
시간을 잘못
before the murder.
설정했거나
Or, of course,
아니면
it
살인
could
시간이거나.
indicate the actual time of the murder. The only hypothesis I could rule out was that the watch was out of adjustment. For the others, they are impossible to verify. So the watch is of little use to the investigation.
And I was convinced that it indicated the time of the crime. Two women involved in the Armstrong case.
Let us not forget our patient here.
세 명이죠.
There are three women.
저 여자까지.
Look, she seems to be waking up.
What's happening to me? Did I fall asleep again?
Indeed, Mademoiselle Locke. Did you take any
수면제를
medication? Sleeping
원래
pills,
자-
for
먹고
example?
있었나요?
No, I never use sleeping pills.
I inspected your cup. You can clearly see that there is a residue of something at the bottom. I'm sure a lab test would confirm you were drugged. Most likely an overdose. That would explain your battle to shake off the effects.
You think Fräulein Schmidt did it?
She certainly had the most opportunity, but why would she?
But no one knew who I was. It's impossible that someone deliberately targeted me.
먹인 거는 확실한 거는 슈미르거나 드라고미로프겠죠?
I must admit,
그래? 슈미르거나 또 있나? 밥을 만들어준 사람?
this is wrong.
아닌데?
But I'm never far from the truth.
누구 있어? 얘는 같은 방에서 얘가 밥 갖다 줬으니까 있고. 그쵸? 미셸이 뭐 줬었나?
Fräulein Schmidt or Monsieur Michel
아,
may have
미셸이
drunk
차를
the
갖다
tea
줬구나.
that Mademoiselle Locke drank. Fräulein Schmidt or Pierre Michel could have drugged your tea. They are really the only two people on this train who could have done it. But why would either one do it?
여러분들 누구
Mr.
같아요?
Provo,
범인?
I'm feeling much better. I'd like to bring you up to date to why I ended up on this train.
If you are able, I would very much like you to finish your story.
Very well then. After the Daisy Armstrong case was officially closed, I put out a standing request to the police
정답을
departments
알고
in the
있어?
Boston
아,
area
그럼
for
조용히 하지.
anything on Michael Clark.
이게
But
원작을
he didn't
토대로 한
turn up on their
거니까.
radar. I even set up an anonymous tip line for news about Clark. That's how I met Braid. A sketchy contact on the dark web, but they found nothing I could use.
아하. 모든 증거가 다 하나로 이어지고 있어요. 그러게.
4 long years passed without anything new.
4년 동안 이
Every
사건
day I
쫓은 거
looked at
아니야?
the evidence board I put up in my apartment bedroom.
아하, 증거도 별로.
Then this morning, a police report landed on my desk that changed everything. I paid a visit to the police property room and took home a box full of clues. There was his name. Michael Clark. A bill from the power company with, I'm sure, plenty of excuses why my rates keep going up.
이거는 오리엔탈 특급 열차.
For the discriminating traveler. Also for the overworked detective who never seems to have time for vacation. Well, I can dream, can't I?
이거는 사건 파일 수첩. 미첼 클락이 했는데
Years of no new leads in the Armstrong case, and then this. Michael Clark, the sarcastic reporter, my prime suspect in the kidnapping, murdered 4 years ago?
그치.
This is Michael Clark? He
얼굴도
doesn't look anything
달랐죠.
like the journalist I interviewed.
아하.
Michael, you have earned a place on my evidence board.
(2018년) 가을에 하하.
The lab team found this
Cheating.
keychain in the cabin, but they wouldn't have bothered to examine the keys once the DA shut down the investigation. The keys were just tossed in the evidence box along with everything else. It's too unusual not to demand a closer look.
슈가 달려있네? 어? 뭐야? USB?
A
아하.
USB key. Let's plug it into my PC and see what nasty little
4년
secret it contains.
동안 못 접근했던 것 같아. 지금 제가 생각하는 범인은 제가 생각하기에는 그러니까 실질적으로 드라고미로프가 그게 있었는데 실질적으로 찌른 사람은 슈미트랑 왠지 이 누구지? 그 여자 어딨지? 슈미트랑 허버드 아닐까 생각하고 있어요. 내 머릿속 생각은 슈미트랑 허버드가 뭔가 같이 하지 않았어. 근데 오른손잡이란 말이지. 왼손잡이가 있어야 되는데. 아니면 미셸이 양손잡이거나. 미셸이 양손잡이일 가능성도 있어. 근데 굳이 미셸을 숨기려고 거짓말을 칠 필요까지 없단 말이야. 독일어로. 그때 거짓말 쳐가지고 약간 잘 모르겠다 느낌? 주사위는 뭐야? 11이 있네? 11, 10, 12 9, 8 6은 어딨어? 1, 2, 3, 4 아 여기 있구나 1, 2, 3 이런거 순서 넣으면 뭐 있나? 3, 4 5 6 7 8 9 10이 어딨지? 10 11 12 눌러봤자 뭐가 없는데? (3569)
A key knife. They sell them on the internet for self-protection.
열쇠를 돌려서 나오는 칼이구만. 3569? 기다려봐. 3569 누르면 뭐 되나? 3 5 6 뭐야?
What do we find? A capsule and a
청산가리
smell.
부친놈이었네.
Bitter almonds. Cyanide. What do we find? A capsule and a smell.
아하, 진짜 미친놈이었구만. 이거 태양 그림 맞추는 것 같은데? 응? 아, 맥가이버.
What do we have here? A flashlight. They can also conceal knives, but in this case we have lockpicks.
아, 손전등으로 위장한 따는 도구구나. 어호, 야, 되게 신기한 거 많이 들고 있었네. 아이고, 모찌모찌 말랑모찌님 어서요. 반갑습니다. 이건 또 뭐야? 칼?
What do they call this? Brass knuckles? Knuckle dusters?
아니, 이게 뭐
Illegal
무슨
in Massachusetts. Possession alone can lead to serious jail time.
뭘 무슨 몸에 도구를 뭐 무슨 몇 개를 들고 다니는겨? 음에 이거 무서워서 사야겠냐 이거? 아하. 피해자 인형.
Fluffy. Daisy's plush toy.
아, 솔비.
Suzanne's hair, so conveniently left in the cabin for us to find. It was planted. I knew she
여기에
was
수잔
innocent.
머리카락을 일부러 꽂아놨구나. 아하. 그러니까. 그다음에 술.
The only fingerprints found on the bottle were Suzanne's.
이것도 수잔이랑 같이 먹은 다음에 놔둔 거야? 쉣. 이건 뭐야?
So clever. All that evidence and yet
칼하고
no
테이프.
DNA found.
이걸 아마 범죄에 이용을 했었겠죠. 일단 맞춰봅시다. 그렇다면 보스턴의 총살 피해자는 출신 불명인데
I knew it. The faces don't match at all.
그치.
They are clearly two different men. I should run facial recognition on my computer.
그 다음에 당시 전화 기록, 납치 증거. 은퇴했다고? 아하. 아내와 둘째 아이를 출산 과정에서 잃으면서 비탄에 잠겼다. 이로 딸의 살인사건에 연루된 유력 유인자가 스스로 목숨을 끊자 정의를 구현할 방법도 잃었다. 자살했구나.
The DA resigned soon after the Armstrong case. It haunted him just as it has haunted me.
아하, 자살해서 얘가 은퇴 같이 한 거구나. 이건 뭐야? 총상이 없었던 걸로 판단이 됩니다. 대형 망치와 같은 둔기로 얼굴을 가격해서 얼굴을 훼손시켰고, 피해자의 치아와 일치하는 인물이 데이터베이스에는 존재하지 않았어요. 게다가 지문을 채취하지 못하도록 마지막 손가락 마디가 제거되어 있었어요. 놀랍게도 약 2cm 정도의 문신이 피해자 오른쪽 손목 안쪽에 있었어요. 일부러 해놨네. 이걸 자기인 걸로 하려고, 자기라고 생각을 하게 하려고. 잠깐만, 이거 증거가 더 필요한데 그러면?
Shiny facial hair. The good news is that it's gold.
네. 아, 노트북이다.
Okay, the real Michael Clark has been dead for years. Let's see if the photo of the fake Michael Clark matches someone in the database of known criminals.
설마 이걸
I've tried this
이거와
several
비교했는데?
times in the past few years, but came up empty. Maybe whoever he really is has finally made a mistake. That could be him, but he looks pretty different.
머리가 좀 차이가
Yes,
나고.
he seems different at first glance, but still it's the same person.
안경을 쓰고.
Right.
수염을 달았고.
That's it.
입을 살짝 더 두툼해 보이게 한.
I don't need Mr. Poirot to tell me I'm wrong.
뭐야? 이마야?
No, this isn't it.
뭐야?
Think.
코라고? 똑같은 거 아니?
He's changed his appearance a lot. Probably had some plastic surgery on his
아,
nose.
코 성형을
But
한
there is
거구나.
no doubt it's the same person. Let's see why he was arrested.
공항에서 체포됐다. 혐의는 골동품 절도.
Mr. Ratchet, you didn't just steal statuettes. What recent information does the database have on you? It's so frustrating. I have a name, but I can't find anything about it. But I know just who to call.
누구? 얘 여기다 이렇게 사진 놓고 있는 거 봐, 맨날 기억하려고.
Robot Defense League, we are monitoring this
로봇
call.
방어였나?
Hello, Braid. Long time.
Oh, Joanna. Hey, how may I assist you?
I need you to search the dark web.
Yeah, can you narrow that down a little? Cause, it's pretty big and pretty dark out here.
Could you find intel about a Samuel Ratchet?
세미얼 레치에 대해서.
Samuel Ratchet. Got it. Bad dude?
They don't come worse. Send me what you find by email.
Alright, hang on. Okay. Yeah, Okay, nope. And... Okay.
그 집단에 있겠죠?
Oh, this might be something. I gotta do a deeper dive, but you should find this interesting. Could be coincidence if I believed in them. Emailing details.
Domo arigato, Mr.
고맙습니다,
Roboto.
로봇 친구. 아이고, 머튼튼. 우리는 군단이다 이러고 있는 거 보자마자. 아, 반갑습니다, 머튼님. 나나나나.
I know I have to stop printing. It's bad for the planet.
어서요. 지금 그거 하고 있거든요. 그 추리 게임. 지금 추리가 거의 다 풀리고 있어요. 어느 정도. 아! 이거는
The Orient Express.
오리엔트 특급 열차?
I'm gonna print these tickets and put them on the board.
아하. 오리엔트 특급 열차를 탄다고?
Shaved off the metro beard. But I'd recognize that smug bastard anywhere. The man I interviewed 4 years ago posing
그러니까
as
사칭범이었네.
Michael Clark. This goes on the board.
사칭범 붙이고. 이 문양에 대해서는 뭐?
Maybe they needed to show the ransom to someone.
몸값
To check if the serial numbers were still on record. I'll print them and on the wall they go.
아침 약자다. 오케이. 이거 문양 때문이네.
Absolutely nothing on this Cassetti. His driver's license is almost surely a fake.
상호작용을 또 해야겠죠? 여긴 착착착착착착착착착. 일단은 이 클락이 여기
So
있는 카세티.
Ratchet's real name was Cassetti.
그리고 이 카세티랑 세뮤얼 레치랑 같은 사람 같고요. 그 다음에 이 사진에서 보면은 이 문신이
This
나오죠.
tattoo is the same on both pictures.
그래서 이 문신을 통해서 얘가 죽었다라고 명동을 하려고 했던 것 같아요. 맞나? 이게 뭔데? 누구 거라고? 헥터 맥퀸, 에드워드 마스터먼, 레치가 이거
This is
타려고
Ratchet's
한다.
ticket.
돈 가지고 튀려는 거구나. 맞나? 돈 가지고 튀려는 건가? 이렇게? 어떻게 연결해야 되는지를 정확하게 알려주면 좋을 것 같은데. 이걸로 이걸 산 건가? 뭐? 오리엔트 특급 열차?
These tickets were all booked by McQueen.
맥퀸이 전부 다 예약했고. 납치 증거. 이거랑 관련돼 있는 건 뭐 없는 것 같고. 체포당한 거. 아이고 이름 너무 귀하네. 아이고 진종의 헬스장 카사노 바표님 어서오세요. 반갑습니다. 인근 숲에서 한 남성의 시신이 발견됐다. 시신은 가까운 거리의 총상 때문인데 $100 지폐가 숨겨져 있었다고? 이거 지키려던 사람인가? 뭐랑 비교해야 되지? 이거랑 비교해야 되나? 자, 이렇게? 연결을 끊을 수도 있나? 그냥 연결 막 할 수 있네. 이쪽에 연결하고 싶은데 연결을. 전화 기록이 그러면 하나가 얘 건가? 힌트 좀 볼게요. 힌트 누르니까 바로 이렇게 나오네.
The person traveling with Ratchet has the same last name as my district attorney during the Armstrong case?
미친. 얘가 이거 충격 때문에 그만둔 게 아니네. 같이 튀려는 거네. 왜? 왜지? 이렇게 연결이 되고? 힌트 하나만 더 볼까? 이거랑 연결이 돼?
As Ratchet is alive, the dead man can only be Noah.
그렇지. 이게 노아라는 얘가 노아. 노아가 이때 죽었겠네. 그러면 이때 총으로 쏴가지고 죽여버렸구나. 노아를 그냥. 어허. 그런 거구만. 그래서 하나는 이 둘을 연결시켜줘야 돼 또?
Goodbye, Michael Clark. Hello, Samuel Ratchet, the man who stole your identity and your life.
또 있니? 더는 없는 것 같은데? 오호, 이거 맥퀸. 지방 검사의 아들.
I knew it. He's the son of my former DA. He goes on the evidence board.
얘가 그만두고 나가지고 그거 됐다고? 이렇게 되면은 맥퀸이가 이거잖아.
Hector McQueen is
그치?
the son of District Attorney McQueen.
아들이잖아. 어?
Here's what Hector McQueen looks like.
근데 얘랑
This guy works for Ratchet, and if that's a coincidence, I'll eat my badge.
그러게? 이렇게 되면 얘가 설마 이렇게 전화를 했니? 그러게? 이렇게 연결이 되면은 이렇게 연결이 돼버리면 난 뭐해? 열차에 대한 정보를 찾으라고? 어떻게 알아? 오리엔탈 특급 열차 살인 사건. 나 그 책 받았던 거 있잖니? 그거 어디 갔니? 이거니? 뭐야 이거 모비디코 복.
I've read it probably 10 times already.
이거
But I
모비디코
can't get enough
재밌습니다.
of it. Don't know why. Maybe because it helps me sleep.
이거 은근 재밌어 모비딕. 근데 중요한 건 지금 그게 아닌데 너 오리엔탈 특급 살인 사건 챙겼잖니? 그거 어디다 넣었니 너? 여기다.
The Orient Express departs from Istanbul next week.
아직 한 번도 못 읽었어? 나중에 시간 되면
I'll put it on the
읽어보세요.
board.
재밌습니다. 바로 찢어버리기. 오케이. 아하. 아휴. 얘도 이거 못 잊어가지고 그냥 여기다 이렇게 걸어놨네. 좋아. 이거를 갖다 붙인다면 우리는 이걸 타러 가야겠죠?
Hector McQueen will be on the Orient Express next week.
그치. 이거는 얘도
Next week, a
마찬가지고.
certain Edward Masterman will be on the Orient Express.
다음에 우리 레츠도
Ratchet will be traveling on the Orient Express in a week.
얘 타게 되고요. 왜 이렇게 더럽게 계속 이렇게 선을 계속 연결하고 있대. 그래서 엄마 그래서 뭐 어떡하라고. 레치가 살아있기 때문에 피해자는 노아. 그치? 열차에 탑승하고. 열차에 탑승하는 이유는 알아? 왜 탑승하지? 몸값 때문인가? 그냥 갖고 튀려고? 힌트가 더 없죠? 그러면은 증거를 더 찾아야겠죠? 이거가 끝이 아닌가 봐요. 뒷장도 있나요?
The event? Some old train. But that face.
여기서 봤다고?
man.
이? 얘도 지금 타고 있는 애잖아. 이? 포르투나 대변인 오리엔트 특급 열차에 탑승.
Foscarelli will be on the Orient Express next week.
그래서? 어? 오? 아, 여기 옆에 있던 사람이네. 뭐라?
I know that face. That's John Armstrong's driver.
Damn, Ratchet is taking the Orient
오?
Express next week. McQueen, the district attorney's son, is
맥퀸도
too.
타는데?
Foscarelli, the Armstrong chauffeur,
얘도
is too.
탄다고?
It can't be a coincidence. McQueen and Foscarelli must have decided to take revenge
아,
and will undoubtedly
복수계획을.
attack Ratchet on this train.
둘이서 원래 때리려고
I
했구나.
have to be on the Orient Express to stop them. And above all, I must stop Ratchet. But I can't do it in Istanbul because there's no extradition treaty with the United States. Ratchet can never be judged in the US without an extradition treaty. I'll have to wait until he's in Paris to have him arrested.
얘는 그냥 체포하러 간 거구나. 그래서 죽이기 전에. 나도 예약해 빨리. 하지만 난 돈이 없어. 그래서 난 몰래 탈
Every
거야.
compartment is taken for
아니네?
this special anniversary
아니네.
journey.
아, 자리가 꽉 찬
Impossible to
거구나.
find a ticket. What can I do?
다른 사람한테 사면 되지 않을까?
Let's find out who's traveling on the Orient Express. Time to call Braid.
한 번 더 우리 브레이드 친구. 띡띡띡. 야, 브로커. 야, 브로커. 빨리 받아봐. 야, 빨리 받아봐.
Braid! It's me again.
I haven't found anything useful yet.
I need one last favor. But it's a big one.
Uh-oh.
Can you find me
Uh-oh.
the list of passengers of the Orient Express for that anniversary trip?
Hold on.
어우, 뭐야.
Their IT is surprisingly good, maybe because of the big event. I found the list, but they sealed my back door as I was starting to capture it.
Oh no.
Whoa, calm down. I got one name.
다행이다.
Female. The name I got before they kicked me off the server was Stacy Johnson. Do you feel like a Stacy Johnson?
The question is, how is she going to feel about helping me?
That's one you'll have to figure out for yourself. I gotta go back to weaving my magic on the web.
스테이시 존씨. 바로 페이스북 검색해. 아니죠? 페이스북이 아니죠? 경찰 본부 건데 이거 그냥 마음대로 쓰고 있죠? 데이터베이스. 아하, 이 사람이구만. 스테이시 존슨. 나랑 같은 연도생이네. 어허. 아하, 배우구만. 사랑과 절망에 출연 중이고. 파파라치 공격 혐의로 체포된 이력이 있어? 합의로 사건 종결이야? 근데 왜? 안녕하세요, 경찰입니다. 놀라셨죠? 제가 갑자기 데이터베이스 조사했거든요. 선생님, 그 범죄 저지르셨다면서요.
Hello, is this Stacy Johnson?
Who's asking?
누구세요? 저는 기자입니다 하면 바로 끊을 것 같은데? 저 형사입니다.
My name is Joanna Locke. I'm a police detective.
And I'm just an actress.
오케이, 일단
Now
법조.
what did I do wrong?
Nothing. I need your help. I need to take your place in the
그
Orient
열차표가
Express.
Is
필요해서요.
this a joke? No way.
싫어? 싫어? 그 이미 사건 종결이래. 끝났대. 사건 끝나진 거잖아. 위협해봤자 뭐 없지. 사랑과 그거에 관심이 있다고? 조금 북돋아 줘봐. 우리 암스트롱 사건에 대해 얘기하고 있거든?
Do you remember the Armstrong kidnapping?
Of course I do.
그쵸, 그쵸.
That poor little
그
girl.
불쌍한
I'm a
여자애.
police officer. I have a new lead
제가
that
그
may help me
살인범과
find her
관련된 새
killer.
단서를 찾았어요.
Didn't they prove it was the nanny?
새로운 증거를 확보했어요.
I have found compelling new evidence. I've
그래서
reopened my
수사를 다시 할
investigation.
거거든요?
You know, I had my doubts
그쵸,
about
그쵸.
the murderous nanny.
제 생각도 그랬거든요.
A couple years ago in a slasher.
그쵸,
He
그쵸.
was killed in the first episode, but
아.
it got me interested in helping kids.
어떤 상황인지 아실 거라 믿습니다.
Stacy, please. You say you help kids?
Well, I joined a couple of associations who are trying to help underprivileged kids. If this little girl's real killer is still out there somewhere,
미친놈이죠, 미친놈이죠.
anything I could to help.
Getting me on that train will
그
help more
열차표만
than
주시면
you can
되거든요.
imagine.
제가 돈은 드릴게요.
Oh. You want my ticket for the Orient Express? But I booked it months ago. I was so much looking forward to this trip.
돈 많아? 안 돼. 제가 지금 돈이 부족한 건 아니란 말이야. 부드럽게 대응해봐.
Stacy, I can tell you care about kids. Here's your chance to help put this
이
beast in
괴물을 드디어
prison for
우리가
the
잡아놓을 수
rest of
있어요.
his life. Think of the publicity for
당신과
those
너.
causes you care about. Think about the kids.
맞아요.
Yeah.
아이들을 위해.
All right. We'll do it for
나 설득 개 잘한다. 미쳤다.
I'll take care of changing the tickets to your name and send it to you. Get him. Make him pay.
미쳤다.
I
나
will.
설득 신인 듯.
Thank you so much.
그래, 이런 거 돈으로 얘기하면 안 돼. 배운데 돈이 왜 급해?
Stacy was as good as her word. I received the ticket. I called my chief to let him know I was taking
저
my
휴가
vacation
갔다
time.
옵니다, 소장님.
I had coming. I flew to Istanbul. I was finally going to nail the monster responsible for Daisy Armstrong's death, Michael Clark's death, even his accomplice, and, I suspected, so many others as well. You know the rest.
성공한 거야? 근데 둘 다 오른손잡인데? 근데 둘 다 오른손잡인데? 세 명이서 한 건가? 한 명이 오른쪽 찌르고 한 명이 오른쪽 한 번 더 찌르고 한 명이 왼쪽 찔렀나? 뭐야? 왼손잡이는 어떻게 생긴 거지?
And that's how I found myself on this train. On Ratchet's trail. The rest, you know. My identity is easily checked with the Berkshire Police.
Thank you for your detailed account, Mademoiselle Locke. In addition to giving us crucial details of the investigation, you have made it clear that there are many who might wish
꽤나
to
많네.
see Ratchet dead.
얘? 얘는 무고한 것 같아. 얘가 찌른 것 같지는 않아. 야, 얘가 찔렀으면 그런 수면제에 당했겠니? 너무 쉽게 당했어. 얘 무고한 것 같아.
I know you are innocent. Your forthright testimony and
뭐야?
movements
아, 오늘따라 왜 이렇게 레이드 많이 받지? 아이고
last night
우승님.
eliminate you
다섯 명
from
레이드
our list of
나나나나. 다들 어서요.
I agree,
반갑습니다.
without a doubt.
되게 중간에
Another
끼면은 보기
detective
힘든
would
거
be
보고
great
있는데
help to the
나나나나
investigation.
반갑습니다.
Although
오늘따라
my
남님이
friend
많네.
certainly does not need any help.
You are too
어서요
kind.
어서요.
Thank you for believing me.
지금 추리 게임
I'd like to
중이어서
help in any way I can.
다들 여기로
Do
레이드
not worry,
보내길래? 왜?
Mademoiselle Locke. Already I see
오늘-
things more
오늘
clearly.
다른 사람들
It's
방송 안 하시나?
obvious whoever drugged you was trying to derail
뭘로?
your investigation.
You mean the person who did this to me is Ratchet's killer?
Both Monsieur Michel and Fraulein Schmidt had the means and opportunity to drug you. While you get your strength back, I
미셸
intend
또는
to
슈미트.
interview them.
Excellent
나나나나
idea, my
차차
friend.
이란님 어서요.
All this
반갑습니다.
excitement has whetted my appetite. I'm
아이고,
sure Mademoiselle
팔로우까지
Locke
너무
won't say
고맙습니다.
no to a
감사합니다.
good, invigorating meal.
What? No. I want to hear what the conductor and Fräulein Schmidt have to say for themselves.
It is my duty to ensure the well-being of the passengers. If Dr. Constantine has no objection, I will escort you to the restaurant car.
On the contrary, some food will do her the
좋아.
greatest.
다 같이 모인 장소에서 밥 먹으면서
I'm still a little
하하하하.
shaky. Mr.
여러분,
Poirot, will you please
추리
keep me informed
끝났습니다.
about what you learn?
You may be certain of it.
우리들의 추리는 이미 다 끝났어요. 그러면서 얘기하는 거겠죠? 자, 사건을 마무리할 시간입니다. 저희는 가는 길에 슈미트와 얘기하고 미셸하고 또 얘기를 해야 됩니다. 그러니까 얘 아침부터 계속 이러고 있어.
All that snow.
눈이 참.
Are you familiar with the concept of entropy, Monsieur McCool?
엔트로피가 뭔지 아시나요?
Oh, Mr. Poirot, I didn't see you. Entropy?
아침도 안 먹고
Randomness in
계속
a
추리
system
중이라고.
or something?
Yes, unpredictability. Even the best laid plans can go
완벽하게 세운
astray
계획도
thanks to
생각보다
something
간단한
as
요소에
simple
무너질 수
as
있어요.
An unexpected passenger?
perhaps
그쵸?
or snow.
눈일 수도 있고요. 얘가 내 말을 잘해.
Are you all right, Mr. Poirot? And Ms. Locke? Has she had symptoms again?
I didn't mean to disturb you, Doctor. Everything progresses
순조롭습니다.
satisfactorily. Book is a collector, and not surprisingly, he collects trains.
기차 시계야? 참 희한한 것도 모집했다. 여러분들 옛날에 그런 거 쓰셨나요? 이런 기차 모양의 전기 연필깎이? 그거 되게 나름 유용했는데 그때부터 연필을 안 쓰기 시작해서 결국에는 또 버려지는 물품 중 하나가 돼버렸네. 눈 많이 오네. 야, 여기서 거의 하루 동안 갇혀 있었네. 그래도 네, 오래 갇혀 있었구나. 그치, 나도 되게 잘 썼단 말이죠. 연필깎이 같은 것도. 하하. 지금 우리 집에 없어. 그거 근데 그거 생각보다 되게 짱짱하다. 그거 보증이 30년인가 그럴걸? 그 생각보다 잘 만들었다? 안 부셔진다? 되게 신기해. 완전 잘 만들었나봐. 어떻게 그렇게 잘 안 부셔지지? 개 신기함. 아마 확장팩을 샀으면 여기서 옷을 갈아입을 수 있었을 것 같아. 얘가 확장팩이 하나 있었거든. 근데 옷 갈아입는 거였단 말이야. 여기서 옷 갈아입는 것 같아.
I have nothing to ask them at the moment. I should leave them alone.
그러면은 얘가 아니라 미셸이 한 거네? 근데 미셸은 왜 또 그랬지? 아니 이해가 안 되는 게 그러면 미셸이 왜 그랬지? 슈미트 아니면 미셸인데 미셸이 그럴 것 같지는 않은데? 뭐지? 미셸은 사실 죽은 제 누구냐 부인이랑 그건가요? 저 뭐 데미테르 부인이랑 사실 뭐 가족이었고 그런가요? 가족 열차인가?
Good evening, Fräulein Schmidt. May I disturb you for a moment?
You asked so politely, mein Herr, but I do not think I have a choice.
어제 물어볼 거잖아요. 빨리 물어보세요. 바로 그냥 직설적으로 얘기해.
I know you drugged Mademoiselle Locke's tea. Don't try to deny it.
Nevertheless, I do deny it.
뭐?
I wanted to let you know that your roommate,
너가 안 했다고?
Mademoiselle Locke, is awake.
Ah, yes, I'm glad to hear that. I was worried about her. Did she tell you what had happened to her?
컵에 잔여물이 좀 남아있더라고요.
Unfortunately, she doesn't remember much, but we found a residue of a sleeping pill in her cup of tea. Since you two were alone together in your room when she drank it, who else but you could have drugged her?
Must I point out I do not make the tea on this train? You should question the conductor or the kitchen staff.
선생님이 근데 수면제를 갖고 계신데 죽을 뻔했다고 하자.
Mademoiselle Locke could have died. Whoever drugged her must not feel any empathy for their fellow human beings, given the dose that Mademoiselle
그러니까
Locke
어떻게
ingested.
살아남았지?
She was close to death.
죽을 뻔했어.
Oh my God. What did I do? I didn't want to hurt her. Just have her sleep for a few hours while we had time.
우리가?
Time for what?
아하, 얘기해
Time
보십시오.
for what, Madame Schmidt?
우리가라뇨.
Nothing. Nothing. That poor little girl.
Indeed, that poor little girl. Fräulein Schmidt is somehow connected
알고
to the
있었구만, 암스트롱 사건에
Armstrong
대해서.
case.
슈미트와 암스트롱은 소니아 암스트롱의 보좌관이었나?
No,
아니야.
not good.
아니지. 아, 요리사였어?
This is wrong.
그것도 아닌데?
But
암스트롱
I'm
가문의
never
요리사라고?
far from the truth.
뭐?
My little gray cells did not. Fräulein Schmidt.
아, 무슨 암스트롱가가 여기 다 빌려놨네.
I am not a murderer.
Forgive me, but I was going to say brilliant chefs. You were the Armstrong family's cook, were you not?
Yes. I was the cook of
야,
that lovely
이번
family.
열차 무슨
I'm sorry.
암스트롱가에서 다 빌렸냐?
I must ask you to give me some time to to collect myself. It wasn't supposed to be like this.
다
My darling,
암스트롱가 사람이야?
my poor darling child.
I will give you that time, Fräulein. You have given me
많은 걸
much
알게
more
되었습니다.
in exchange. I must check in with my other suspects to make certain I have all the pieces of the puzzle in my possession.
Can I get you something, Monsieur Poirot? Everyone is so tense.
An aperitif soon, Monsieur
슬슬
Fauché, with
알겠냐고?
pleasure.
아니요. 사실
When
추리
the
들어갈
matter
때까지
is
모르겠어요.
resolved.
원래 이런 거 제가 이런 추리 게임 하면서 느낀 거거든요. 추리하면서 알아맞추는 거야. 원래 이 탐정들 그 특이 뭔지 알아요? 진짜 대충 모르거든요. 일단 추리에 들어가. 천천히 하나하나 끼워 맞추면서 애들이 그거 막 이렇게 이제 조금씩 얘기하는 것들 조금씩 섞어가지고 맞아요. 진실처럼 얘기해. 이미 알고 있던 것처럼. 지금 바로 얘가 노리는 것도 그거죠. 하이.
You're right, Mr. Book. This dessert is delicious. I'm
또
glad we
디저트
didn't
먹고
wait for
있어요?
dinner.
I promise the entrée will be superb as well.
Detective Locke, you are recovering well, I see.
Yes. I should be helping with the investigation. Do you know who drugged me?
It is early yet for conclusions. When I return, then we shall see.
Do not worry, Poirot. She is in good hands. Hotaru, Freya, and yours truly are looking after her.
나는 야, 얘 한 접시 먹고 있을 때 너 지금 몇 접시 먹은 거야, 너? 야, 이럴 거면 쓰면은 너 나 대신에 애들 신문하고 다니고 그래야 되는 거 아니냐? 나 아침 안 먹고 지금 계속 이렇게 일하고 있는데? 어이가 없네? 몇 접시나 먹은 거냐? 내 거까지 먹은 거 아니냐? 이 정도면? 여기 계신가? 지금 자고 계시려나? 어쩌. 아, 여기 계시네. 어?
Good evening, Michel. Am I
차장님.
bothering you? You seem stressed.
With everything that's going on, I must admit it's difficult to be relaxed.
Of course, I understand. Especially since we know that Detective Locke's tea was drugged before it was served to her.
Detective?
Come now, Michel. Surely you would have taken the opportunity to search her things and found her badge.
그러니까요.
Luckily, she woke up and was finally able to tell us her story.
Hotaru boiled the water, Jean made the tea. I just brought it. Sir, it could have been any of the staff.
Your defense is to accuse others.
다른 사람이 했다? 미셸 씨는 안 했다?
You have a network connection?
No, unfortunately. It's just an automatic reminder
뭐?
to pay my rent.
너는 설마 그 보모의 보모의 아빠야?
Had to be involved in the murder. The drugged tea, his post at the end of the hall, and now I know why I know more than one of those people on the screen.
그냥 암스트롱과 사람이들이네. 왼쪽에 있는 사람? 야, 왼쪽에 있는 사람이 왼쪽이 미셸이고 오른쪽에 그 사설 탐정인데? 뭐야 저 사설 탐정? 사설 탐정이 왜 여기서 나와? 뭐야? 넌 또 뭐야? 얘 이름이 하드번이었나? 얘는 또 뭐야?
That was easy. You are the father of
네가
Suzanne
아빠고.
Moreau, Daisy
사설 탐정
Armstrong's
뭐야,
nanny.
걔?
My condolences on the death of your wife.
What? But my wife...
Enough lies. Suzanne does not bear your name.
그러게?
No. Suzanne's mother and I were divorced.
하하,
Suzanne
이혼아.
kept her mother's name.
My most sincere
이혼을
condolences,
했구만.
Monsieur Michel, on the deaths of Suzanne and your wife.
This job, I loved them. But I was never there for them. Then a year after the divorce,
정확하게 누가 찔렀는지가
Solange
중요해
became
근데.
ill. Suzanne took her to this special hospital in the US. Got that job as Daisy's nanny.
I understand your pain.
아하.
And the reason that led you
두
to
번
drug
그렇게 해가지고 양이
Detective
많았던
Locke.
거네.
You really can't hide anything from me.
그러니까 한 명이 그거 탄 다음에 한 명이
Many
또
have been
한번 뿅
foolish enough
해가지고
to
한 번 더
try and
넣고.
keep the truth from Hercule Poirot.
Yes, I admit, I drank the tea. But it was only to keep her quiet until we...
아니 수면제를 두 번 넣었으니까 당연히 얘가
But she
죽을 거지.
reacted so much to the sleeping pills.
She was lucky, as are you, that she didn't die. To be frank, there is one more thing that
시험 보고요,
puzzles
시험
me,
보고요.
but I think I understand
그러니까
now.
의문이 풀렸네요. 왜 이렇게 오래 잤는지. 하드먼하고 미셸이 연애 중인가? 아니지 그럴 리가 없지. 아니지 미셸의 사위인가?
Monsieur Hardman was Suzanne's
약혼자야?
fiancé.
Huh. I have the impression my
큰일
whole
날
life
그래.
to you is an
오,
open book.
순간적으로 얘기하고
Yes,
설마
Cyrus
약간 이러고
was
있었어.
my daughter's fiancé. I almost consider Cyrus as my own son.
Of course,
그렇구만.
much more is clear now. I have been patient
야,
long enough.
옆에서 딸깍딸깍 좀
Time
그만해.
to go and see what all the
계열받네. 야, 문 열어봐. 야, 저기 옆방 뭐야? 자꾸 내 얘기하는데 너 뭐야? 야, 또 뭔데 자꾸?
Monsieur Hardman, excellent. The gods who watch over detectives must have trapped you here.
Why didn't they watch over me? I'm a detective too. I was talking to Michelle about a leaky faucet, and I wanted to go out, but you showed up.
No need to invent some preposterous
아이고
story.
이라님,
really,
Michelle has told me
야, 다
everything.
말했어.
You are the fiancé of Suzanne Moreau, his daughter.
Oh, I see.
Surely this is not a big surprise to you.
No. Suzanne was the only woman I ever loved. And I failed her. We got into a spat. It was nothing, but I was too proud to apologize. We weren't speaking at all. Suzanne never really cared for that guy Noah. She would have forgiven me. If only.
If
얘랑
only.
헤어져서
A
노아랑
common refrain between lovers who quarrel. Obviously, Pierre Michel and Fräulein
그니까.
Schmidt both drugged Detective
과다
Noah's
복용한
tea, causing the overdose. No wonder she had so much trouble.
그래,
waking
뭔가
up.
생각보다 오래
Time to
자더라.
report my findings to her and book.
에이씨. 야, 그냥 나 말고 다 범죄자네 여기. 야, 지금 이 중에서 유일하게 범죄자 아닌 사람? 유일하게 지금 관련 없다고 생각되는 사람이 마스터먼씨거든? 이 운전기사분? 운전기사분도 뭔가 연관이 또 있겠죠? 아니. 야, 그냥 나 빼고 그냥 다 같이 여기 살인사건 벌이러 왔다고 해. 뭘 자꾸 내가 자꾸 추리를 또 어렵게 만들어.
So, my friend, tell me, you have something new?
Mademoiselle, look. I know
너
who
수면제
drugged
2인분 약 먹었어.
Fräulein Schmidt and our conductor Pierre Michel both admitted putting sleeping pills into your tea. This explains your overdose. They are relieved you are recovering.
Michel drugged a passenger? On behalf of the company, I offer my apologies to you, Mademoiselle Luck. Michel will answer for this outrage.
Both of them? I was pretty sure about Fräulein Schmidt,
슈미트
but
씨는
I
알고
admit that I
있었어요.
did not
차장님은
suspect the
왜죠?
conductor.
아무튼
I have
사건하고 관련이 있죠.
uncovered multiple connections with the Armstrong case.
솔직히 나에서도 안
Pierre
믿었어.
Michel
에이,
is the father of
그렇게까지 다
Suzanne
있다고요?
Moreau,
에이, 진짜 말도 안 돼.
Daisy's
그럼 나
life.
빼고 그냥
And
다 관련
Monsieur
있다 하죠.
Hardman was Suzanne's fiancé. As for Hildegard Schmidt, she was the cook
나에서도 안
of
믿었다.
the
에이,
Armstrong family.
구라.
What a coincidence, don't you think?
But it's incredible. What are the odds that so many people linked to that tragic affair ended up on the same train?
인정.
About the same as you. with the
일부러
locker,
이 열차를
I
골랐겠죠, 다
wasn't the
같이.
officer who interviewed Fräulein Schmidt back then. So she couldn't recognize me here on the train. How could they know who I was?
There were other passengers who might.
아는 사람이 있었거나.
Or she may have seen you when you visited the Armstrong
슈미트 씨가
home.
봤을 수도
It is
있고.
now clear to me that some of the clues to this elaborate plot were staged for my benefit.
그러니까 날 교란하려고 나한테 흘리려던 가짜 사실은 얘가 중간에 내렸다. 살인자가 빈 코브치역에서 하고 죽인 뒤에 내렸다.
I'm right again. Some clues and information collected so far could lead to a
미친놈들
hypothesis.
진짜.
The murderer boarded the train in Vinkovsky,
그치?
killed Ratchet, and then left the train immediately.
How did you come to that possibility?
Monsieur Hardman told me about a short man with a high-pitched voice who threatened Ratchet. Imagine for a moment that this man, wearing a wagon-lit conductor's jacket, killed him while Michel was on the platform at Vinkovsky. This murderer then hid the conductor's jacket in Detective Locke's room, then fled before the train left.
Why choose Detective Locke's room?
Why, indeed. Let
왜냐고?
me re-explain from the beginning.
자, 설명해 줄게. 왜 로크 씨에 방해해야 됐냐면 자, 빈 코브치 역에서 멈춰서 담배를 피러 가죠. 그러면은 살인마가 위장하고 올라타요. 그 다음에 죽이고 하버드의 객실로 나갑니다. 허버드의 객실로. 그럼 허버드가 아맘맘마 이럴 거 아니에요? 그때 아니지. 죽이고 나가는데 그때 이제 안 보는 사이에 칼하고 외투 떨어뜨리고 이 외투도 처분해 놓고 열차에서 내린 다음에 그 다음에 다시 열차를 탔다 라고 얘기를 하고 싶었던 거겠죠.
That's the right answer.
Mon Dieu! Oui! That must be it! Everything fits so well!
It fits too well, my friend.
그렇게
Other
하려고
clues
했겠지.
lead to a second hypothesis.
근데
much
그게
more
실패했을
plausible.
거야. 가장 신빙성이 높은 가설은 살인마가 여러 명이고 다 같이 암스트롱 사건과 연관이 돼 있네?
My little dress
그냥
did not
레치
so.
한 명을 당기기
We
위해서
have
다 같이 탄 거야.
multiple murderers, all related to
레치
the
한 명을
Armstrong
당기려고
case.
한 명이 연락 돌린 거지.
The murderer
야,
from
이 새끼가
Vinkovsky
레치래.
was a
이 새끼래.
fabrication to
이
turn
새끼가
suspicion
우리
away
애
from
죽였대.
those on
뭐?
the train. They
우리 다 같이
expected the investigation
한번
to be
칼찌하러
led by
가자.
some
이러면서 들어간
small
거잖아.
town official who could easily be misled.
Mr. Poirot?
Detective Locke, forgive me. You are an obvious exception. You tracked Ratchet with the tenacity of a
그치, 그치.
bloodhound. Unfortunately for the killers, they not only had you
그러니까.
to deal with, but now they had, and I say this with all modesty,
세계
the
최고의
world's
탐정하고도
greatest detective
상대를 해야
Hercule
됐죠.
Poirot, dropped into the midst of their meticulous plan.
내가 없었다면
Multiple murderers? Multiple detectives? Poirot, please take pity on me. Who is
알겠어.
linked to this
구별해
case
줄게.
and who is not?
My poor friend, I have gone speeding
아,
out
못
of the
따라오고
station
있구만.
without
내가
you. I
집어줄게,
will
집어줄게.
continue.
자, 이 사건하고 관련된 사람은 잘 봐봐. 어딨니? 안토니오, 나탈리아, 미셸, 맥퀸. 아니, 야, 이럴 걸 쓰면은 야, 이럴 걸 쓰면은 방을 빌리지 그랬냐, 그냥.
Et voilà.
야, 열차 절반 이상이
Pierre Michel, Monsieur Hardman and Monsieur McQueen are all linked to the Armstrong case. I also know that Sonia Armstrong's sister and godmother, Countess Andreni and Princess Dragomirov, are on this train. And finally,
이래서 9명일 수밖에 없는 거야. 그러니까 자상이 왜 마다한지 알아요? 한 명당 조리돌림 하면서 찌른겨. 이 나쁜 새끼 이러면서 계속 찌른 거라니까.
9 have a connection with the Armstrong case. What next, Poirot? Or should I say, who next?
It is time to summon everyone.
다 불러야겠구만.
Everyone? Even Dr. Constantine? The train crew other than Michel?
Dr. Constantine, yes. I will need him. But we don't want the others as witnesses.
I will see that their duties keep them occupied elsewhere.
Excellent. I have always thought this moment in a case is much like Rodin unveiling the thinker
생각하는
before
사람
a
동상입니다.
captivated audience. A work of art. Have you not felt that way, detective?
No, Mr. Poirot.
아니요,
I'm happy
함정님,
just to slap
너
the cuffs
미친놈
on him.
같아요.
Well, there is some artistry in
뭐
that.
그런 행위 안에서도 예술적 의미가
Where
있을
would you
거예요.
like the unveiling, Poirot? The lounge?
Perfect.
Then I will gather all the passengers in the lounge.
네. 아니 이게 무슨 일이야, 진짜. 야 빨리 가. 아이씨, 이게 뭔 일이야 이게. 으. 라운지 칸으로 이동합시다. 라운지 칸이 어디지? 라운지 여기였나? 라운지 칸이 어디야? 나 지도가 기억이 안 나는데. 아직 덜 먹었다고? 야 입에 뭐 넘어가겠냐? 여기 왔는데 범죄자가 9명이래. 뭐? 범죄자가 9명이라고? 어디였지? 라운지 칸이 어디야? 아 저쪽 뒤쪽. 그 바에서 모이자고? 그래. 야, 요리 열심히 하고 있어라. 혹시 모르니까 얘랑 얘기하고 갈까? 으차. 야 요리 잘하고 있냐?
Not now. I have a dinner to prepare.
그래.
Would you interrupt Michelangelo or Da Vinci?
그래. 요리 열심히 하고. 너는 요리 담당하면 돼. 우리 나머지 추리하고 올게. 으차. 다 보였나요? 여기서 모이는 거 아닌가? 아하, 다들 모였군요. 이 사건의 모든 관련자들. 제 빛나는 추리를
Monsieur Book,
보여드리죠.
are the train crew locked in their quarters?
Yes, they are.
Then the stage is set for the
비난을
final
해보자고.
act. Ladies and gentlemen,
야, 이 범죄자들아.
I have gathered you together to hear my reconstruction of the murder of Samuel Edward Ratchet, also known as Cassetti. There is not one, but two possible solutions of the crime.
자,
I
두
shall
개가
put them
있습니다.
both before you, and I shall ask Monsieur Book and Dr. Constantine here to judge which solution is the correct one.
Two solutions?
Mr. Poirot, I am hardly qualified.
Nevertheless, your assistance is
왜?
required.
그게 무슨 소리지?
Now,
개 같은
we
소리라고
all
했어.
know the facts of the case. Ratchet was found stabbed to death this morning. He was last known to be alive at 12:37 a.m. last night, when he spoke to the wagon-lit conductor through the door. His watch was found to be badly dented, and it had stopped at 1:15. Dr. Constantine, who examined the body, puts the time of death as having occurred between midnight and 2 in
자정부터
the
2시 사이.
morning. At half an hour after midnight, as you all know, the train ran into a snowdrift. After that time, it was impossible for anyone to leave the train.
원래 이게 열차가 막히지 않았어야
here is my
됐네. 그래서
first
진짜
theory.
몰랐네.
The enemy, as Ratchet expected, joined the train at Vinkovsky, by the door left open by Captain
열차가 안
Arbuthnot
막혔으면 진짜
and Monsieur
완벽했는데.
McQueen, who had just descended to the platform. He was equipped with a wagon-lit jacket, which he wore over his ordinary clothes, and a pass key which enabled him to gain access to Ratchet's compartment in
레츠의
spite
방에
of the
들어가서
doors being
칼로
locked.
툭
Ratchet was under the influence of a sleeping draught.
야, 어떻게 수면제는 다 같이 말 맞춰서 넣었냐?
Ferocity. A dozen wounds
수면제로
in all.
죽어도
He
상관없지.
left
몸에
the
찌르기만 하면
compartment
되는데.
through the communicating door to Madame Hubbard's compartment.
Yes, that's so.
맞아요.
Scared me
진짜
out of
얼마나
my wits.
The
놀랐는데요.
murderer thrust the dagger he had used into Mrs. Hubbard's handbag in passing. Without knowing it, he lost a button of his uniform. Then he slipped out of the compartment and along the corridor. He put the uniform jacket into Detective Locke's suitcase to cast suspicion on her.
그치.
And a few minutes
형사가
later,
의심받게 원하고 있었어.
dressed in his
얘들은.
ordinary clothes, he left the train just before it started off again, using the same means for egress, the door near the dining car.
휴.
That is the first hypothesis. But there's a second.
하지만 두
For
번째
that,
가설이 하나 더
we
있죠.
must examine the motive for the crime. Why was Ratchet killed?
복수였죠.
The motive is clear. Revenge, of course. Nothing was stolen. And we know that Ratchet had made many enemies. This was a premeditated crime, meticulously planned.
철저하게 계획된 범죄. 이거는 출발하기 몇 개월 전부터
Since the
은밀하게
kidnapping and
계속했겠죠,
death
서로.
of little Daisy Armstrong, which
아니, 이
traumatized many
자식들
people close
얼마나
to the
레츠에 대해서
family.
관심사가
Even
많았던
when
거야?
the police concluded that it was Suzanne Moreau, questions remained. Detective Locke continued her investigation, as did others. They became convinced the truth lay
진실을
elsewhere.
발견하게 돼버린
We
겁니다.
now know who the real murderer of Daisy is.
사실 수잔 모로가
It is clear now that Daisy's killer was Ratchet.
이러면 아니에요.
also known
이러지
as
않을까?
Cassetti
수잔 모로가
and
이랬으면.
Michael Clark and how many other names. But of course, many of you have known this for a long time. It is obvious that the 12 stab wounds are not a random number.
칼자국이
Dr.
어떻게?
Constantine's analysis revealed that
12명이서
some
찌른 거야?
stab wounds
여기서 플러스
appeared
지금
to have been
3명이네?
caused by a right-handed attacker.
한 명이서
Others
한 번씩 찌른 거 아니야, 이거?
indicated the knife wielder was left-handed. Some wounds were deep, more than one fatal. Yet others were not much more than mere scratches. What can explain these
이러면서 이제 못 찔렀던 애도 있는
discrepancies?
거지.
This leads us to an obvious
이유가
conclusion.
있는 건가?
They are symbolic.
데이지의 나이인가? 배심원단 수인가? 12명의 배심원단이 너를 심판한다 이런 뜻이었나?
12 stabs. 12! The same number as a trial jury in the United States. But not just a jury of 12 members condemning him to death, but 12 executioners as well. This self-appointed jury had
우리가
meticulously
너를
planned for everything
12명이 너를
except
심판한다.
Snow. The avalanche that stopped us, as well as the presence of not
그치,
one
그치.
but two detectives on the train. They had to improvise, to
빠르게
hastily add
가짜 단서들을
clues
뿌리기
and
시작했어요,
false
여러분들은.
leads.
그중 하나, 붉은 기모노.
This woman in a red kimono does not exist. I don't know which of the passengers it was. It does not really matter. It was just a performance, a
어그로였죠, 어그로.
charade to introduce another possible culprit to muddy the waters.
괜히 밤잠만 설치게 만들고 맨날 계속 그냥 콩콩콩콩콩 거려가지고 밤잠만 설치게 만들어 놓고 날 고장난 시계.
The time on Ratchet's broken watch was deliberately set to conceal the true
그치.
time of the crime.
그 다음에 전자담배 액상도 그냥 놔둔 거겠죠?
A vial of vaping liquid incriminated Captain Arbuthnot. However, he had a solid alibi confirmed by Monsieur McQueen. Impossible then to suspect him.
그치. 그 다음에 차장의 외투.
The conductor's jacket found in Detective Locke's suitcase was put there only to cast
형사를 한번
suspicion
의심해봐라.
upon
이러면서 던진
her.
거죠.
All these false leads were intended
너희들
for
이런
me.
가짜 증거들
But
나에게
I
통하지 않아.
am Poirot. I understood the truth. We have a train full of
아
suspects.
재밌네.
It's time
이
to
열차에
identify who
용의자가
the real
많아.
culprits are. Let's start with Detective Locke.
로크 형사요? 아니요, 못 찔렀죠. 로크 형사는 못 찔렀어요. 왜냐, 수면제를 먹고 있었기 때문에 로크 형사는 찌를 수가 없었어요. 그래서 범죄자 2명이서 얘에게 수면제를 먹였죠. 아닙니다. 자, 얘는 로크는 수면제를 먹었기 때문에 가능할 수가 없었어요.
Conductor's jacket in her
한 명만
suitcase
먹였으면 할 수도
was
있었는데
an
두 명 다
attempt to
먹여가지고
implicate
실패했어.
Detective Locke, but she couldn't fake her
두 명 다
drugged condition.
먹여버렸어. 얘한테.
Dr. Constantine can testify that the drugged tea incapacitated her
콘스탄
for
씨 왜 이렇게
hours,
머리 빡빡이가 더
and
잘
she
보이지?
had 2 relapses. Let us move on to Monsieur McQueen.
McQueen?
When I told him about Cassetti, he looked very surprised that I
그치.
managed to make the connection between him and the Armstrong case.
그치, 놀랐었어요.
He told me, but I thought we had... I think he meant...
제가 이미 모든 증거를 제거했다고 생각했구나, 맥퀸은.
You thought you didn't leave any real clues linking the murder to the Armstrong
그치,
kidnapping.
그치.
Moreover, you insisted that
레치가
Ratchet
부활을
did not
못한다고
speak
했었어,
French
맥퀸이.
when you knew I had heard a voice calling out in French that was supposed to be Ratchet.
얘요? 찔렀죠. 얘도 찔렀겠죠. 12명인데. 씨. 왜? 표정 봐. 표정이. 표정이. 아, 너 찔렀겠지. 씨. 너 네 아버지랑 그 관련이 돼 있었겠지. 네 아버지가 그것 때문에 그만뒀는데.
You took some pleasure in leaving me false clues, I think. It was quite annoying. But you told me
그치,
yourself
자기 아버지가
that your
검사라고
father
했었어.
was the district attorney who handled the Armstrong case.
The case haunted my father. At first, he believed Suzanne Moreau had helped her boyfriend, Noah, to kidnap Daisy, even though there were questions that went unanswered, and a young policewoman refused to let it go, continuing to find discrepancies, but never enough to reopen the official investigation.
That policewoman sits there. Her name is Joanna Locke.
Then tell him. Tell him how in the end my father believed you, how he resigned a job that he loved, racked with guilt that he may have let that monster go free. He died young, broken, his faith in justice broken. That's what Ratchet did to him.
Thank you for your honesty, Mr.
고맙습니다.
Your
그래요.
father is one more
선생님도 뭐
victim
그
of the
수많은
man
피해자
who
중 한
called
명이셨군요.
himself
결국에는.
Ratchet.
찔렀죠?
Now I will turn to Ratchet's
얘를 잘
valet,
모르겠단 말이야.
Monsieur Masterman.
얘는 얘 진짜 몰랐던 것 같아. 왜냐면은 레치에 대해 예? 네? 얘 약간 이랬거든 계속. 아니지 않을까? 맞나? 찔르셨나요? 표정 변한 게 왜 이렇게 웃기지? 얘는 근데 찔렀다는 그게 없어. 단서가. 마스터먼이 찔렀다는 단서는 없는 것 같아.
No, Poirot. Remember
아니야?
Ratchet's sleeping
아,
pills.
레치 수면제? 헉, 맞네. 레치한테 수면제 먹일 수 있는 애가 얘밖에 없구나. 맞네. 미안. 넌가 봐. 너 그 수면제 먹일 사람이 니밖에 없다 생각해보니까. 그렇네.
Ratchet sensed danger close to him and naturally wanted to stay awake.
일단 한 번
gave
틀렸죠?
him sleeping pills without his knowledge.
넌 그냥 레츠가 싫었구나.
Once he was sound asleep,
넌 그냥 레츠가
you
싫었구나.
could do
너는.
what you had to do in peace.
너 암스트롱가 사람 아니지?
I'll tell you the truth. I was Colonel Armstrong's adjutant.
아하, 암스트롱 대령님의 부관이었구나.
I was his valet in New York. I'm afraid I concealed the fact this morning. It was very wrong of me, sir, but I knew how suspicious it would look.
Is that all you have to say?
That's all, sir.
아하, 그래요. 넘어가자고요.
Now, to leave no suspicious stone unturned, let us move on to Monsieur Book.
What? Me? A
용자시죠.
suspicious stone?
얼굴 변하는 안 질렀겠죠? 야, 열차입금 내 자리 예약했겠냐?
Book, my friend, of course you are not guilty. You did everything
날
you
버리고
could to
왔겠지.
get me on this train.
여기까지였으면.
What madness would cause you to ensure, and I speak
아,
with all
개웃기네.
modesty, that the best detective in the
그러니까
world
범죄
could
저지른
be
현장에 날
present
부르겠어?
to witness your crime.
But doesn't our friendship count as well?
Most assuredly, but
아니지.
a murderer
살인자는
can wear
친구라는
all
것도 이용하고
sorts of
있어.
masks,
조심해야 돼.
friendship. Let us
객관적으로
consider
판단해야죠.
our ever-efficient wagon-lit conducteur, Pierre Michel.
아, 미셸 씨. 뭐가 좋다고 안 하세요? 뭐가 좋다고 안 하시냐고요? 선생님이잖아요. 뭐가 주셨잖아요. 사실 로크한테 수면제 먹인 것도 있는데 모로의 아버지라는 게 모로가 맞나? 수잔 모로. 모로의 아버지라는 게 좀 크죠?
No, that
아니야?
is his
아, 이거
motive.
동기야?
I need a real
증거가 필요하니까?
tangible proof.
알겠어. 수면제를 먹였기 때문이죠.
Your admission that you drugged Detective Locke immediately incriminates
그치.
you, but the murder could not have been possible without
도움이
your
없었으면
very
힘들었어.
capable assistance. Your knowledge of train procedures
그리고
made
얘가 우리
the
보고
murder
잘하고 했거든.
possible,
나물 덮다고.
and your position in the corridor of the train
그치.
allowed you to be the perfect alibi for several passengers. And your motive?
야, 12명에서 이걸
Suzanne
어떻게 찌르냐.
Daisy Armstrong's poor nanny, who was
그 유머
wrongly
때문이죠.
accused
당신
and
딸은
committed
누명을 쓰고
suicide,
자살했으니까.
was your daughter.
C'est un foiré. He got what he deserved. My poor daughter has finally been avenged. My Suzanne. My child.
Let's
어떻게
move
이렇게
on
몇 개월
now
동안
to
이거를.
Monsieur Hardman.
야, 근데
one
얘들
of
진짜 불쌍하다.
three detectives
아니,
on this
원래 얘 타기로 한 것도 아니었잖아. 얘 원래 타기로 한 것도 아니었는데 갑자기 타가지고는 이 완벽 범죄를 끝낼 수 있었는데 이 자식 갑자기 타가지고는 우리의 완벽 범죄를 너 뭔데 화내냐고. 너도 했잖아. 너도 했잖아.
Monsieur Hardman, I think you are a real detective. But you were never hired by Ratchet. Your alibi was
그러니까
that you were
권성징악이긴 해요.
watching the
하지만
corridor
범죄
to
저지른 건
protect
맞죠?
Ratchet, which of course you never did. You protected Pierre Michel. However, we just saw that his alibi doesn't hold up, so neither does yours.
I don't know about the conductor.
Being Suzanne's fiancé, you
수잔의
had a
약혼자시잖아요.
substantial motive to punish Ratchet. You used your detective skills, just as Detective Locke did, to hunt him down and
그치.
finally avenge the death of
너의
your
수상 능력으로
beloved.
또 내 찾았겠죠, 너도.
That's right, Mr. Poirot. I do have some detective skills.
다른 사람들 데데데데데 떠는 중. 데데데데데데. 다음 난가
Now,
이러면서.
Fraulein Schmidt, the lady's maid with the soul of a cook.
얘도 찔렀겠지. 얘는 오히려 안 찔렀다고 하니까 되게 표정이 안 좋아지네. 찔렀다고 하니까 표정 좋아지셨어. 좋아지신 건가? 표정이 좋아지신 것 같기도 하고. 이거는 약간 좀 기분 안 좋아 보이시는데 이건 기분 좋아 보이시지 않아? 수면제를 먹인 게 좀 크죠.
Fräulein Schmidt, you told me of your remorse for drugging Detective Locke. I believe you are sincere.
근데
However,
암스트롱
as the cook of the Armstrong family, you experienced the drama
말도 안
from
돼. 다 어떻게
within.
암스트롱가 사람들이지?
The death of Daisy, then Sonia Armstrong, who died in childbirth, and finally Suzanne and John Armstrong.
So much misfortune in that poor family. The death of this criminal is only justice.
Let us move on to Countess André. I was impressed by the earnestness of her husband when he swore to me solemnly on his honor that his wife never left her compartment that night. Should I believe it?
너 찔렀잖아. 이거 명예 너 건 이유 알 것 같아. 너 그만둘 거잖아.
Even if it seems logical, it's more complicated than that. I
그러면.
believe Countess André.
믿는다고? 야 그럼 찌를 사람이 12명이 아니야? 진짜? 믿어? 한 번 더 하면 또 나오나?
Even if it seems logical, I believe.
아닌데 그럼 찌를 사람 부족한데. 양심상이야?
Countess Andrény, being Sonia Armstrong's sister, you had every reason in the world to want to avenge her. But you were incapable of stabbing someone. Even after what he had done to you and your family. The night of the crime, you simply took a sleeping pill. I appreciate the irony that nearby, Detective Locke was also in a drugged sleep. When you awoke, you thought the night was over.
아닌데? 얘 넣을 시간이 없었는데?
Hush, my love. Hush. Excellent transition. I was coming to you, Count Andrény.
그거란 너가 대신 찔렀구나. 맞네. 아내가 수면제를 먹고 그렇게 쓰러졌는데 네가 대신 찔러러 갔구나. 그래서. 아하.
A jury.
그러니까 숫자 중요하죠. 12명.
All of you. If Countess Andrény did not stab Ratchet, someone had to take her place. And you, Count, the beloved husband. I've seen how fiercely you love and protect your wife.
Enough! I would do anything for Helena. Anything. Even that.
Yes,
그래요.
even
충분히 할
that.
수 있죠.
Let's move on to Monsieur Foscarelli.
선생님도 찌르셨잖아요. 보고 왔어요. 로크의 수사 결과로 나왔죠?
Detective Locke found out that you were the Armstrong chauffeur and that you planned to travel on the same train at the same time as Ratchet. That is what made her decide to obtain a ticket as well. Unfortunately, she could not prevent the murder. Have you lost your tongue, Mr. Foscarelli?
Oh, Daisy. She was the delight of the house. Tonio, she called me. And she would sit in the car and pretend to drive me.
And you, Mademoiselle Olson, a champion for the immigrants.
올슨 씨?
Worthy calling.
올슨 씨는 그러니까 돕긴 하는데 증거가 없는데? 증거가 없어. 아니겠지. 증거가 없어.
I do not think that's the right answer.
얘도 찔렀다고? 응? 레치. 알리바이? 알리바이 뭐 있었나? 계속 같이. 문고리 확인.
Mademoiselle
그래.
Olson,
문고리 확인은 네가 했잖아.
story about her connecting door
아,
latch.
맞네.
A story that I later demonstrated to be impossible.
그럼 얘도 범죄
you
같은데?
deliberately lied to me, and you also lied about Mademoiselle Debenham's whereabouts.
그러니까.
Enough! I can't take this anymore. I know what you want from me, Mr.
너 찔렀어?
Poirot. Very well.
Here it is. She was my little Daisy, my angel, so patient. When I patched the script
우리 아이가
or
얼마나
took her temperature,
착했었는데.
that was my job. But she was so much more to me. She was a shining light in an ever-darkening world. I've tried to honor her by caring for children who have lost everything.
아, 그것 때문에.
Thank you, Mademoiselle Olsen.
아하,
You too shed
기가
light on your
그렇다면은
part in this.
풀기가 점점 쉬워지죠. 너가 데이지의 간호사였구나.
You were Daisy Armstrong's nurse. I will
암스트롱가의
ask you no more
간호사.
questions. It is enough that you have admitted what I know
아하.
to be the truth, and I understand. Let's move on. Dr. Constantine.
You suspect me? I know none of these people. I didn't know Ratchet either, and I've taken a solemn oath to help
얘든가?
people, not murder them.
얘는 아닌 것 같아, 콘스탄틴은. 왜냐면은 콘스탄틴가 맞았으면은 나한테 그 얘기를 안 해줬을걸? 아니지. 수사 내내 도와줬지.
Dr. Constantine was certainly helpful to my
아니야?
investigation, but that does not prove
그렇다고
his
무죄는
innocence.
아니야? 그럼 뭔데? 부크에 진술이 있어가지고 부크랑 하루 종일 얘기한 것 때문에
You are one of the few people in this room not to have any
부크랑 같은 방
connection
썼어.
with the Armstrong case. Moreover, your alibi is confirmed by Monsieur Book, whom I would trust with my life.
That is very kindly said.
나 감동이야.
We now come to
너가
Mademoiselle
그렇게 F적인
Debenham
발언을
and
하다니.
Captain Arbuthnot,
나 그런
whose
F적인 발언
relationship
좋을지도.
was not in doubt from the moment I
되게 T처럼 행동하다가
inspected
F
your
발언
room
한번 해줬죠.
at the hotel.
You have a bloody nerve.
Indeed, I do.
We're getting married.
Congratulations. But I would rather talk about your
근데
relationship to John.
너도 왠지 지금 군대에
Armstrong.
있었을 때 너 암스트롱과 옆이었던 것 같은데? 너 암스트롱하고 군인 그거 아니야? 그치? 왠지 그럴 것 같더라고.
My little gray cells didn't. Captain Arbuthnot,
넌
you
또 같이
served in the
근무했었네.
army with John Armstrong. What I don't understand is why a man your age is still a captain. One might expect you to be
이미
a
대령까지
colonel
갔을
as
텐데요.
well.
Ever fought in a war, Poirot?
It was war that first brought me to England.
전
Then you know
도망쳤죠.
what it's like. There's a shattering sound, and death, and mistakes, acting on intelligence that proved to be wrong. I sent a patrol to their death. Good men, brave men, wasted. John testified on my behalf at a court-martial.
아하.
I'm not a colonel. I don't deserve to be, you
아하.
fool.
이 망할
I'm
놈아.
also not in prison. John remained my best friend until... There, you have my story. Understand now?
Archie, calm down, please.
You're right, Mary. What you see in me, I don't understand.
Oh, Archie, I see in you what John saw.
Miss Debenham, I'm sorry.
My turn, is it?
I'm afraid so.
그러니까
And you
이게
have
뭐야?
caused me quite a puzzlement. Your connection with the Armstrong
관계가
family was not
너무 힘든데?
obvious. Then I remembered the job you
교사.
currently hold.
데이지 교사구나 너. 너 데이지 교사구나. 넌 또 데이지의 교사야?
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot. You were the teacher of...
너 데이지 가르쳤지?
No, she was
아니야?
the teacher of Countess
아,
Andreni.
안드레니 백작 부인이라고? 그러면은
You were the
헬레나를
teacher
가르쳤다고?
of Helena Andreni, whose maiden name was Helena Goldenberg before she married Count Andreni.
Yes, absolutely. Why lie to you? She was an excellent student.
헬레나를 가르쳤다고? 근데 네가 이 일에 왜 꼈어?
Captain Arbuthnot.
너 찔렀지? 넌 찔렀겠지? 너? 전담 액상? 아 그치 네가 전담 액상을 그쪽에 놔둘 수밖에 없잖아.
No.
아니야.
His vial found at
그래,
the
얘 꼼쳤을
crime
수도
scene
있나?
was a
그래?
decoy.
군인 출신이기 때문이다는 좀 그런데. 맥퀸의 진술이.
You had one of the strongest alibis, thanks to Mr. McQueen. But
뭐였지?
his testimony
같이
melted
있었다였나?
like a
계속?
snowflake. There went your alibi. Poof. Unless you have another one.
도리도리.
As for you, Mademoiselle
자,
Debenham,
대버넘 씨는요. 같이 찌르셨겠죠. 대버넘이 얘기한 것 중에 올슨 진술. 그치. 올슨 진술 덕분에 얘가 안 나갔다라고 됐었는데 그거가 아예 사라졌어.
Mademoiselle Olsen
맞아.
was the only one
너
who could
올슨밖에 없었잖아.
confirm
얘기해줄
your
사람이.
alibi. I think you know where you
뭔
stand.
뜻인지 알겠지
Very
너도?
good, Mr. Poirot. Are you satisfied?
I will be soon.
다 됐어요. 다 됐어요.
Now I must turn to Sonia Armstrong's godmother,
에라이 씨.
Princess Dragomirov.
네. 왼손잡이.
Princess Dragomirov, you weren't on my list of
그러니까.
suspects at the start, given your social position.
I left my social position in a cold country.
난
Do
모국에 버리고
you
왔다네.
object to being addressed as princess?
I deny people the opportunity. It makes a good story to tell their friends. It also guarantees a good table in the best restaurants.
Princess, there is also, forgive me, your extreme physical fragility.
It does not stop me when I must be strong.
Indeed. Of more importance, though, is the fact
가장
that
중요한
you're
사실이
the
있어요.
only left-handed
유일한 왼손잡이세요,
person on the
선생님.
train. And the single blow to ratchet from a left-handed person was very,
일부러 그냥 크게 내신 것
forgive
같아.
me, weak. Finally, I'm afraid I know
가장
the
얇게 찔리고
alibi
오셨죠.
that you shared with Fraulein Schmidt is false.
You have been very thorough, sir. I hope you will permit me to say we are much alike.
이런 몇
I
명이지?
am honored.
이런 자상 12개 맞아?
Now it is time to end with Mrs. Hubbard, or should I say,
선생님. 소니아 암스트롱이라고? 린다 아드님 누구야? 실제 이름 소니아야? 너가 소니아야 사실? 어?
think
아니야?
Poirot.
아이씨
That is not a
나
good
진짜
answer.
소니아가 사실 아직까지 살아있어? 이건 줄 알았는데.
Linda Arden.
린다 아드님 누군데? 나 이거 처음 들어보지?
If Princess Dragomirov hadn't
Linda
told
Arden?
me about her relationship with this famous actress, I might not have made the connection. But you are a great actress,
표
madam.
줬던?
Your performance as a
표 줬던?
flighty, self-involved woman was superb.
표 줬던 그 여자?
I never would have guessed something entirely different. As for what ties you to the Armstrong family, it is obvious.
맞아? 우리 그 표 줬던 그 여자라고? 또 누군데? 린다 아든. 그러면은 안드레니 백작 부인의 누이인가요?
Think what?
아니에요? 뭐죠? 그러면 유모신가? 유모는 아닌데 소니아 어머니도 아닌데 소니아 누이인가? 소니아 누이 이미 있잖아. 데이지? 데이지 엄마 아니고 데이지 데모도 이미 있고. 아이고 어서와요. 안녕 빠이빠이 좋아 반갑습니다. 이모신가?
I don't.
뭐야? 힌트. 혈연 관계라고? 혈연밖에 없잖아. 소니아 암스트롱의 어머니? 소니아 어머니? 어허.
That's the right answer.
아하, 아이고,
Mrs.
가봐요, 무릉님.
You are the mother of Sonia Armstrong and Mrs. Andreni.
너도 찔렀구나. 화장품 가방 자체가 말이 안 됐죠?
Madame Hubbard, you really are a remarkable actress. You put so much effort into your character and into
눈이 안
staging
보이나
the
보다.
murder. I saw it as a perfect mosaic. each person playing his or her allotted part, so carefully arranged that if suspicion should fall on
눈이 안
any one
보이셨나?
person, the evidence of one or more of the others would clear the accused person and confuse the issue. Everything was meticulously planned. But you hadn't expected that Detective Locke and I would be on this train. And the avalanche would block it on the night of the murder. You had to improvise.
그 칼.
But again, improvisation would be
칼이랑
another of your skills.
칼을 숨길 데가 없구나.
So you came up with the story
그래서 칼을 내
that
가방에
the latch
넣었다.
on the door that communicated
아니네?
with the
뭐야? 난
Ratchet's
칼인 줄?
compartment was hidden by the handbag.
I always fancied myself in comedy parts. That slip about the sponge bag was silly.
지도
Shows
말이 안
you
된다는 걸
should
알고
always
있었구나.
rehearse properly. You know all about it, Mr. Poirot. You're a very wonderful man, but even you can't quite imagine what it was like. That awful day. I was just crazy with grief. So were the servants. We decided then and there that the sentence of death that Ratchet had escaped had got to be carried out. There were 12 of us. Or rather 11. Suzanne's father was over in France, of course. First we thought we'd draw lots as to who should do it, but in the end we decided on this way. It was the driver, Antonio, who suggested it. Mary worked out all the details later with Hector McQueen. It took a long time to perfect our plan. We first had to track Ratchet down. Hardman managed that in the end. Then we had to try and get Edward and Hector into his employment.
그래서 에드워드랑 헥터가 이걸 저 밑에
And we
들어가고
had a consultation with Suzanne's father. Captain Arbuthnot was very keen on having 12 of us. He seemed to think it made it more orderly. He didn't like the stabbing idea much. But he agreed that it did solve most of our difficulties. Well, Suzanne's father was willing. Suzanne had been his only child. We knew from Hector Ratchet would be coming back from the east sooner or later by the Orient Express. With Pierre Michel actually working on that train, the chance was too good to be missed.
열차에서
My
마치
daughter's
공부하니까
husband had to know, of course. And he insisted on coming on the train with her. Hector wrangled it so that Ratchet selected the right day for traveling when Michel would be on duty.
아,
And
미셸
then,
근무
at
날에.
the last
근데
minute,
하필이면 이때.
for the rest of the story, you worked out everything, Mr. Poirot.
이때 하필이면.
You were right about all of us. What are you going to do
저
about it?
못난 탐정 새끼 때문에.
If it must all come out, can't you lay the blame upon me and me only? I would have stabbed that man 12 times willingly. It wasn't only that he was responsible for my daughter's death and her child's, and that of the other child who might have been alive and happy now. It was more than that. There had been other children kidnapped before Daisy, and there might be others in the future. Society had condemned him. We were only carrying out the sentence, but it's unnecessary to bring all these others into it, all these good, faithful souls.
You are a director of the company, Monsieur Book.
그 너의 생각은 어때? 아, F 감정? F의 공감을 사나요? F의 공감
In my
사나요?
opinion, Poirot, the first theory you put forward was the correct one. Decidedly so. I suggest that is the solution we offer to the police. You agree, Doctor?
Certainly, I agree. As regards the medical evidence, I think that I made one or two fantastic suggestions.
Then, having placed my solution before you, I have the honor to retire from the case.
아하. 사실 열차가 멈추지 않았다면 첫 번째 아니 무조건이었는데. 뭐야? 빙.
I'm sorry to wake you up in the middle of the night,
Well.
Poirot, but it couldn't wait. There was a detail that bothered me in my preliminary autopsy of Ratchet's body. I
Well.
went back to examine the body and I
Huh?
discovered a wound covered by another. The blow I hadn't seen was delivered by a thinner, sharper blade. So there were not 12, but 13 stab wounds.
12 stabs for 12
회수문 단수는
It
12명.
doesn't work with 13 wounds. The symmetry is destroyed.
It can't be one of the culprits who stabbed him
그럴 리는
twice.
없는데?
Doctor, a different knife was used. There is only one explanation. Somehow, some way, there is a 13th murderer on this train. We must tell Book. The case is not solved.
에? 에? 뭐야? 아니, 예? 네? 누구지? 14번째 찌른 사람이 있다고? 에? 원작이 없었던 거야? 야, 그러면은 경찰 새끼네. 야, 이거 경찰이네.
Ah, Book. I see we are moving at
경찰밖에 없는데?
Yes. The way was finally cleared while we slept. If all goes well, we will arrive in Venice this evening. The train will be there for several hours
아니.
for refueling and reprovisioning. What do we do with the 13th murderer? Do you have a lead?
I thought about it. There is one clue that was left
뭐였지?
aside in my
제쳐놓은 단서?
investigation. The diary I found in Ratchet's safe mentioned an appointment
맞아.
in
베니스에서의
Venice.
약속이 하나
Someone
있었어.
with the initials A.
맞아,
W.
맞네.
He will never keep the appointment. But there should be enough time. I must try to keep that appointment for him.
맞네. 이게 하나 더 있었어. 이걸로 근데 몇인지 어떻게 알지? 베니스에 오늘이 며칠이지? 며칠이죠? 뒷장에 있지. 베니스 Meet AW 22시에 어디서 만나는 거지? 책 TV. 저 뭐라고 있는 거야? 콘비엄 RJ? 콘비엄 RJ가 뭐야? 존타나 데이 코니글리? 저게 뭐 어딘데? 카이노에 돈 보내는 거라. 왜 이런 거 맞추면 되겠죠? 일단 며칠인지 못 봤어. 미안합니다. 계속 다시 펼치고 있네. 18일. 여기 있다. 폰타나 데이코닐리. 뭐야, 있었네?
Et voilà.
어? 신규 의문 발견. 근데 베니스에 약속이 있다. 어이? 비님도 이게 끝인 줄 알았나 본데? 헤이스팅스 찾기. 모임. 나 어디로 가야 돼? 도와줄 사람? 콘스탄틴을 찾아 시신은 어떻게 된 건지 물어봐야겠다. 그러면요.
I think we should let Ratchet
그렇지.
rest in peace.
콘스탄틴 뒤쪽에 있잖아. 뒤쪽 가야겠다. 뒤쪽 가야 돼. 그 수사할 사람은 내가 볼 때 정해져 있는 것 같거든. 그러니까 갑자기 나도 엔딩 크레딧 올라가길래 끝 이러고
I
있었는데.
don't have time for small talk.
105호. 그 탐정 나으리. 뭐야? 어디 가셨지?
How would it look to the police
살인
if I
용의자한테
asked a
도와달라고 하면 경찰이
suspected
뭐라고 하겠냐?
murderer for help?
왜? 근데 내가 볼 때 그 경찰이 찌른 거 같은데? 찌를 사람 걔밖에 없잖아. 우리 중에 찌를 사람이 아니야. 지금 푸아르가 눈 감아줬어. 결국에 둘 중에 둘이서 구르라고 했잖아. 그래서 결론은 일단은 야 갑자기 죽은 거다. 하이.
Doctor, a moment.
아하.
Have you made arrangements for Ratchet?
레치 시신 어떻게 하기로
Yes,
했어요?
it will be collected by the Italian authorities
이탈리아
when we reach
당국에.
Venice. The autopsy will be performed there. However, there is something odd.
Oh?
Since the train is French, jurisdiction must be shared. When I told them you were already on the scene, they have both agreed to support your investigation until we reach Paris.
수사
Ratchet's compartment
지원하겠다고?
will be sealed until we arrive there. All of those who conspired to kill Ratchet are to be confined to the train until then as well.
So, thanks to you, I am the rope in a tug of war between two countries.
Oh, but I thought you would want to.
저 탑장님이 하시는 줄 알고?
Isn't it odd we continue on our journey with a trainload of people that police consider potential murderers?
그것도
Calm
이상하긴 해.
yourself, doctor. It is not the first time I find
지금
myself in the
경찰과
middle. And to
범죄자와
be honest,
탐정이
I
같은
welcome
배에
the
타고 있어요.
chance
말이 안
to
돼.
see
이상해요
this
지금.
case through.
이 새끼가 지금 너무
It is
이상해요.
fast becoming one of the most challenging of my career.
야, 밥 잘 먹고 있냐? 아이, 됐다. 밥이나 잘 먹어라. 어딨니? 여기 있다.
Mademoiselle Locke,
같이
you
갑시다.
are clearly an excellent police officer. Could you accompany me to
우리 같이
Venice
베니스
for
가실?
an
레치
investigation
활동
into
조사하실?
Ratchet's activities? There is much we still
우리
need
레치
to know.
뒷조사하실?
Well, yes, it would be an honor to work with you. And I'm glad you trust me. What do
내가
you
볼
have in
때
mind?
There
얘 데리고
was
가서
a
경찰서
notation in
가가지고 딱
Ratchet's
얘기할 것 같아.
appointment book. He
이제
had
솔직하게
an
얘기하시죠.
appointment.
With who?
마지막에 찌른 사람.
There were only the initials AW. They were to meet at 10 o'clock at the Fontana dei Conigli. I want to know who Ratchet was meeting and why.
But you've already discovered the 12 conspirators. Why is this meeting important?
Unfortunately, the case is not
느낌상 이
complete.
경찰
Dr.
같아,
Constantine
내가
has discovered the
13번째잖아.
presence of a 13th stab wound.
One of them could have stabbed him twice.
The wound was made with another finer
좀 더
blade.
예리한 칼로
Why
찌르는 느낌.
would one of them have used two knives? Did they want to confess they killed him
그치,
more
그치.
than the others? And if so, why bother to deny it when they have already confessed? No, it makes no sense. And I do not close a
아하.
case until all questions have been answered.
모든
You
의문이
of
풀리기
all
전까지
people must
이
understand
사건은
this.
끝나지 않습니다.
You're right. I do understand. I'll help you.
Thank you. Together, we will uncover the truth.
내가 볼 때 이
We will
경찰인 것
arrive in a few hours. Take the opportunity to rest.
I slept well last night. No more effects of the drug.
Excellent.
좋아요.
Then be prepared when we reach
그러니까
Venice.
증거품
We have
중에 칼이
another
있었거든.
mystery to solve.
그 중에서 하나 챙겨온 거 아니야? 일부러 안 보이는 곳에 딱 찌르면서 찌박 이러면서 이제 이 개 나쁜 자식 나의 복수도 받아라 이러면서 이제 찌른 거 아닐까? 아 뭐야 갑자기 나도 엔딩 크레딧 올라와가지고 아 이제 끝났구나 이러고 있었는데 갑자기 똑똑똑 거리더니 선생님 큰일 났습니다. 자상이 갑자기 하나가 더 예? 뭐야 내 추리 다 끝났는데 모임 너님 모임 아 그러니까
This
나
is the third
약속한
embarking dock, and no gondoliers available at all.
베니스
With Carnival, you can't find a gondolier to cross that damn canal. They're all booked. The worst thing is that the fountain is just across this canal. We're almost there.
같이 춤추면서 얘기하나 이제? 어허 배가 많구만. 아 베니스 좋아. 나 베니스 놀러가고 싶다. 이렇게 배 타고 딱 이렇게 동네 이렇게 슥슥슥슥 지나가는 거 아닌가? 베니스가? 베니스 이뻐.
I see a gondolier just over there.
아 배 타고 뭐야 얘로 플레이하네. 안녕하세요.
Every
올라.
carnival, my friends and I mask, and every carnival we lose one another.
베니스는 무슨 대화지? 올라였나? 베니스가 올라인가요? 베니스는 무슨 말 쓰죠? 뱃사공이 어딨어? 아 저기? 이분이신가?
Hi there. We'd like to cross the canal, please.
There is a bridge about a kilometer down the
1km
canal.
건너시면 다리
Please.
나와요.
According to the map, the Fontana dei Conigli is just across the canal here.
No, I, Gabriele, cannot help you. I'm sorry.
We'll miss the
차오야,
10
차오.
o'clock rendezvous if we try to get through this crowd. And have to
빨리
walk
가야
a
되는데.
kilometer in both directions. Why is he refusing to take us across? He looks upset. I should try to find out why.
돈?
If it's a matter of price, I'm
돈
sure
때문에
we can work
그래요?
it out.
Money? Money
돈이요?
won't help me
아니요.
now.
돈은
His problem isn't money.
돈 문제가 아니라고?
Is it
그럴
that?
리가. 자본주의 세상인데.
Bella Chiara, the beautiful Chiara.
랄라키아라?
A beautiful name for a beautiful gondola.
랄라키아라? 꽃?
Ah, what a sham. A beautiful bouquet crushed by revelers.
사랑하는 애인한테 차였구만. 애인한테 차였구만.
Sweet.
모르겠는데? 그 뭐였죠? 이름이 뭐였지 저거? 배 이름이? 배 이름만 알면 될 것 같은데?
Bella Chiara.
아 키아라. 벨라 키아라. 키아라.
Okay.
사랑하는 키아라에게 이러면서
Score.
고백했는데
One
바로
for
차였나
two.
보다. 이런. 얘기해보자. 아, 저도 그 마음 알아요.
I'm sorry you had a fight with
키아라
Chiara.
씨라고 있잖아요.
How did you know?
이
I'm a
시간대
detective.
초범님이
I'd like to help if I can.
If you have a
가사의
spare
아재님이.
engagement ring, detective, I'll take it.
약혼
I
반지?
see. You lost the
약혼
engagement
반지
ring you were
잃어버린
planning
거야?
to give Chiara?
Lost? It is worse than that. I threw it away in the canal. I bitterly regret this gesture. I now find myself without a girlfriend.
여자친구한테
and
헤어졌다고
without a
운하로
ring.
던졌어? 아니 그걸 왜 던져? 아 진짜. 저 탐정님
If we find the ring, maybe
반지
the gondola
찾아달래요.
will take us across.
You are right. There is not much time. I will help you.
반지를 뭐 어떻게 찾아줘? 이리로 내려가야 되나? 못 내려가잖아. 반지를 어떻게 찾아줘? 너 반지 만들어 와? 아 낚싯대가 있다. 이건 거 같은데?
I
아하.
know someone who will be happy.
이건 뭐야?
There are too many plastic bottles in the world.
아 쓰레기 누가 이렇게 잔뜩 버렸대. 여러분은 쓰레기 버리지 마세요. 누가 이쪽에 쓰레기 또
I don't need
버렸대.
an empty soda can.
여러분 쓰레기 버리지 마세요. 됐다. 킹냥이가 여기서 이러고 있었어. 가자.
Ancora
안녕하세요.
una volta sono dalla parte spagliata del canale per la festa.
Sorry, I don't speak
이탈리아
Italian.
몰라서요. 미안합니다. 아유 또 앉았어 옆에. 자 선생님, 제가
Excuse me. I
반지
believe I have
찾았어요.
something that belongs to you.
이거죠? 선생님의 반지.
Mamma mia!
Mamma
grazie
mia!
mille, signorina! With this I
Signoretta.
can now win my Chiara's heart again. I know it. How to thank you?
My friend and I need to get to the other side. we
Mamma
have a very
mia.
important date at the Fontana di Conigli.
Ah, yes.
아
The
토끼
rabbit
분수.
fountain. Of
알고
course,
있죠.
I'll take you
건너게
across.
해드릴게요.
Then I will call Chiara. Hopefully she will forgive me.
I'm sure she will.
Well done, Detective Locke.
얘 한 거 없어. 야 레이튼 교사 하는 거 뭐야 쟤. 어이씨 내가 가야 되네. 가자.
This district of Venice is very charming. You will
해적왕이냐고요?
love it.
그럴 수도 있어요. 남이한테 고백했다 차인 루피일 수도 있어요. 나 데려온 이유 저거 죽게 하려고 시킨 거 아니야? 뭐야? 배 타고 가는 도중에 아무 얘기도 안 해. 뭐 낭만을 찾으러 온 것도 아니고. 뭐 하자고 온 거야? 나한테 뭐 갑자기 고백하려고? 당신이 13번째 차상을 남겼죠? 그걸 어떡해? 당신이라면 그럴 줄 알았어요. 당신이 말했던 얘기 중에서 칼이 들어있는 무기가 있었거든요. 이런 책일. 푸슉! 한
If
다음에
it's
얘도
not
찌르고
too much
죽이지
to
않을까?
ask, can you wait for us until we return?
Yes, no worries. I can call Chiara from here. To find the fountain, walk along the quay on the left, then cross the bridge and you are there. You cannot miss it.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank
고마워요.
you, Signorina. You have made me the happiest gondolier in Venice. I fixed everything.
You have my full confidence, mademoiselle.
네?
I'll leave it to you.
또 저 혼자 가요? 아니 뭐 맨날 나 혼자 가래. 아니 이번에 자기가 열차 안에서 고생했다고 나 하루 종일 잠만 잤다고 나 보내는 거 봐. 에휴 진짜. 어디야 토끼 분수? 여기 있다 여기 있다. 토끼 분수. 저 사람인가? 저기 서 있어 한 명. 뭐지? 여기서 누굴 만나기로 한 거지? 뭐 사실 나는 밥 안 굶긴 했어.
It's 9:55. The right
아,
time in the
5분
right
뒤.
place. Now AW just needs to show up.
You made me run, Detective Locke. Poirot does not run.
제가 이 나이 먹고 뛰어야겠습니까? 아유
Wait,
힘들어. 아유,
sitting
아유.
down.
아이 고양이 귀여워. 아니 그럼 나도 앉아야지. 뭐야 이 자리 아니네? 옆자리 가야 되나?
Did you see anyone who could be AW?
AW가 누군지
No
알겠어요?
But who knows what those masks and costumes are hiding?
하하하. 한 번 더 얘기해.
Did you see anyone?
No.
AW에서 한 모른다고.
We have an appointment, I believe.
I don't think so. I've never met you.
이분인가?
Did you have an appointment here?
혹시
at the
누구
fountain?
만나기로 하셨나요?
party.
혹시
I
누구
have an
만나기로
appointment
하셨나요?
with you, don't I?
No, dove la tua mascara.
무슨 말인지 못 알아들어요? 누가 봐도 얘인데? 누가 봐도 얘 같은데? 누가 봐도 되게 수상하게 분수 앞에서 가만히 서가지고 기다리는 게 딱 그 친구 기다리는 자세인데 이거? 누가 봐도 아무것도 안 하고 주변 둘러보면서 있는 자세가 딱 봐도 친구 기다리는 앤데? 어이씨 아닌가? 완전 친구 기다리는 자세신데? 이분인가?
I have an appointment.
No, dove la...
이분도 아니래. 이분은 왜 또 마임하고 계셔? 뭐야, 여기는 뭐 마임이 취미인 곳인가요? 교수님.
No.
아니.
We have an appointment, I believe.
I don't think so.
아씨. 어디 있는데? 되게 숨겨진 곳에 있어가지고 있는가 이러면서 갔는데 씨. 여기도 없고 저기도 없고. 뭐지? 벨 띵동.
Nobody. The desk clerk must be asleep or off partying. If there's no one to help me, they won't mind if I help myself.
AW 한 명 있다.
Aziz Wadi. That's the
Aziz
only
Wadi?
name that corresponds to the initials AW.
Spacente, non ti ho sentito. Posso aiutarla?
La Fontana dei Conigli.
Hello. I'm looking for the Fontana dei Conigli. Do you know where
뭐야?
it is?
영어로 얘기하는
It's
거야?
right in front of the hotel. It's easy to recognize because of the rabbits.
Thank you. I had an appointment with someone, but I
누구
can't find
만나기로
him.
했는데.
I wondered if he might be staying in your hotel.
I can't help you unless you give me the name.
아지즈 와디.
I have an appointment with Mr. Aziz Wadi. Do you know if he's here?
Well, unfortunately, he left the hotel this morning.
체크아웃
He
했다고?
seemed to be in a hurry, but he left a carta. You are?
내 지부인.
I'm Mrs. Ratchet.
Mr. Wadi asked me to give the message to the signore, but I suppose this is okay.
절 감시하는 것 같아서 약속 장소를 바꾸겠습니다. 앨리스는 분수에 앉아서 흰 토끼 조각상을 바라보았습니다. 근데 갑자기 토끼가 깡충 뛰어서 사라지는 게 아니겠어요? 앨리스는 토끼를 쫓아갔습니다. 이번에도 앨리스를 따라가 볼까요? 뭐? 좁은 골목길을 지나 다리를 건너 앨리스는 두 남자를 만났어요. 남자들은 서로 자기의 모자가 더 높다며 싸웠지요. 앨리스는 도로 좁은 길을 지나서 작은 광장에 다다랐습니다. 광장에서는 고양이가 차를 마시고 있었죠. 장난꾸러기 고양이는 다른 골목으로 뛰어가 버렸고 앨리스는 고양이를 쫓아갔습니다. 숨을 헐떡거리며 도착한 곳은 넓은 광장이었죠. 이곳에는 카드 병정들이 지내는 막사가 있었어요. 그런데 병정들이 앨리스 쪽으로 다가오는 게 아니겠어요? 앨리스는 뛰고 또 뛰어서 부두의 끝자락에 도착했습니다. 그런데 고르곤의 얼굴에 달린 커다란 문에 암호를 입력해야 되는 곳이 열렸죠. 바로 앨리스가 여기로 오는 길에 모은 숫자를 전부 합치면 만들어지는 암호였습니다. 딴 게 있어요? 뭐야? 뭐야? 뒷장에 그리고 토끼 그림 그려놨네 또? 아 뭐야 얘? 아 이거 저번에도 봤던 거 씨. 아니 교수님.
So, mademoiselle, was our mysterious AW here?
No, but I managed to
아니,
get his
장소
name,
바꿨대요.
Aziz Wadi, and a letter he wrote for Ratchet. It seems to be a kind of riddle rhyme.
Let me see.
이제 교수님이 일하실 시간입니다.
Well, Ratchet and Mr. Wadi must love
인정,
this
인정.
book
이상한 나라
and
앨리스
refer to
광팬인가
it
봐.
so much.
Yes, I think we have to
그럼
search
거울
and find the
나라의
tracks
앨리스도
that this
좋아하시나?
person left for Ratchet to find him.
I think so. Lead the way, Mademoiselle Locke.
아니 되게 희한한 거 적어가지고 아무리 봐도.
Do you need help, Detective Locke?
It looks like the writer of this letter is quoting Alice in
따온 거
Wonderland.
같은데요?
No, I think it is a pastiche. Monsieur Carroll was a much better
루이스
writer.
캐럴이 이보다 좀 더 잘
It's a
쓸
riddle.
거예요.
No, a map.
이거 지도예요.
I think Mr. Wadi was
지도라는
worried
거
their
누구나 알죠?
business might be known and has given Ratchet directions to a new rendezvous point.
아니야, 이건 내가 해볼게. 나와봐. 편지를 다시 읽어봅시다. 굳이 교수님한테 뭐 받을 필요 없죠? 흰 토끼가 와가지고 이쪽은 시작 부분 두 남자 2 그 다음에 골목길을 지나서 고양이가 차를 마시고 있었고 2, 1 그 다음에 넓은 광장이었는데 병정들이 지내는 곳이었어요. 병정들의 숫자가 안 적혀있는데? 응? 응? 뭐야? 흰토끼 1? 흰토끼 조각상을 바라보았습니다. 흰토끼 조각상을 바라보았습니다. 토끼 순가? 흰토끼 한 마리 바라보았습니다. 근데 흰토끼가 따라서 뛰어가는 게 아니겠어요? 라고 적어있지 않았나? 그래서 좁은 골목길을 따라 지나 다리를 건넌 앨리스는 좁은 골목길을 지나서 다리? 여기 미로까지 다 같이 있어가지고 지도가 있다. 지금이 여기 있고 좁은 골목길을 지나서 다리를 건너야 된다고? 좁은 골목길을 지나 뒤로 가야 되나? 아니 이거 미로 게임인데? 아니 미로 게임이 나올 줄? 여긴 것 같아. 좁은 골목길을 지나서 다리를 건넌 앨리스는 지나오면서 본 숫자? 아 기다려봐. 이거 설마 토끼 막 근처에 뭐 적혀있고 이런 거 아니야? 카드다. 토끼 근처에 숫자가 적혀있는 것 같은데? 다시 토끼한테 가는 중. 짜짜짜. 오래 걸려. 토끼는 어디 있어? 여기인가? 많이 나오고 계시고. 토끼 근처에 숫자가 적혀있나 혹시? 적혀있다. 2. 아 이렇게 적혀있네. 2 기억해 놔주세요 여러분. 토끼, 그 다음에 좁은 골목길을 지나서 다리를 건너야 된다. 여기 이 지도로 분명했죠? 여기가 다리라는 뜻인데 여기서 지나서 위쪽으로 가는 게 나을 것 같은데. 좁은 골목길을 지나 다리를 건너는 앨리스는 토끼 2? 3이라 적지 말고 2라고 적으라고. 좁은 골목길을 지나서 뭐야? 아니 여긴가? 마지막에 오는 게 설마 여기야? 아닌 것 같은데. 그냥 다 있나 보다 저렇게. 에라이씨. 지나서 다리를 건넌 앨리스는 다리를 건너. 원래 걸려. 다리를 건넌 앨리스는 두 남자가 싸우는 걸 봤어요. 두 남자가 싸우는 거. 여기 있을 것 같은데 숫자가? 여기 들어가 봐야 되나? 여기 있다. 8. 아하. 2랑 8. 2, 8에 그 다음에 앨리스는 도로 좁은 골목길을 지나서 작은 광장에 다다랐어요. 다시 좁은 골목? 되게 갑자기 게임이 바뀌었네. 여긴 것 같다. 저쪽으로 들어가서 광장이 나와야 된다고? 여기? 아닌데? 이 좁은 골목길이라고 적혀있는 거냐? 좁은 골목길을 지나 나온 곳에 광장? 광장은 없고 황금 그거
Help yourself,
빼주는
Joanna. You earned it.
지났는데 기다려봐요. 이거 시간이 아직 좀 남긴 했거든? 시간을 좀 여유있게 잡아가지고 1시간 정도. 광장을 찾아야 되는데? 광장이 어딨지? 광장에 뭐가 있어야 되는데? 여긴가 보다. 고양이가 차를 마시고 있었어요. 고양이가? 차인가? 여기가 찻집인가? 찻집 같아 보이긴 하는데? 고양이 몸에 뭐가 적혀있진 않은데? 뭐지? 고양이가 차를 마시고 있었고, 그러니까 차를 마시고 있었다 해서 고양이 근처에 뭐가 있어야 되거든. 아닌데? 뭐가 없는데? 여기가 아닌가? 다시 뒤로 가볼까? 여기도 이런 게 있네. 아니 기다려봐. 다시 뒤로 가보자. 빙글빙글. 작은 골목길을 지나? 아, 고양이가 차를 마시고 있는 그림이 있나? 아니면? 일단 여기서부터 다시 시작해봅시다. 우리가 여기서 봤잖아. 모자 장수들 다리를 건너서 여기로 가면 아니면 광장이 나오나? 여기도 길이 있거든? 약간 여기가 좀 더 맞지 않아? 광장에 나온 앨리스는 고양이가 차를 마시는 광경을? 근데 여기보단 거기가 좀 더 고양이스럽지 않아? 거기가 좀 더 카페스러웠던 것 같은데. 안에 숫자가 적혀있는 것도 아니고. 여기서부터 좀 어려운데? 고양이가 여기도 있네. 아니면 차를 마시고 있는 고양이가 있나? 여기 아닌 것 같죠, 왠지. 아까 거기가 좀 더 차 마시는 고양이스럽지 않았어? 다시 가. 아우, 이거 갑자기 왜 나한테 레이튼 교수 시키냐고. 아니, 나 추리 게임 하러 왔는데 추리 게임이 뭐야, 교수님 여기서 뭐 하세요? 선생님, 그 고양이에 대해서 뭔가 아시는 거 있겠어요?
If we follow the letter, our next landmark will be
예.
a cat. A real cat is not like
아, 맞네.
Let's try to find a picture or a sign with a cat.
아하, 알겠습니다, 교수님. 고양이 그림이나 간판을 찾아보래. 차를 마시러 간 고양이. 여기 패스트푸드점이니까 여기가 조금 더 그거스럽긴 했거든. 카페스럽긴 했거든. 여기는 아닌가 보다. 커피를 마시는 고양이 그림이 보여야 돼. 30분 안에 끝낼 수 있지 않을까? 느낌상 이제 거의 진짜 마지막에 다다른 것 같은데. 다리를 건너라는 말이 없거든. 다리를 건너는 건가? 여기서 다리를 건너면은 좀 다리를 건넜다라는 얘기가 있지 않았을까? 어허, 여기서부터 좀 어렵네. 다리를 건넜으면은 건넜다라는 얘기가 있었을 것 같아. 근데 그런 얘기는 없었단 말이야. 그러면 차를 마시는 고양이 그림을 찾아야겠죠? 일단은 그쪽에 적혀 있을 테니까. 여긴 모자집이고. 게임 잘 만들었다, 그치? 아이, 고양아, 뭐 아는 거 없니? 아하, 여기서부터 좀 막히네. 차를 마시는 고양이. 그냥 진짜 차 마시는 고양이 그림이 그려져 있을 수도 있어. 그냥 대놓고 뭔가? 이런 데나? 아니면 여기서 이렇게 다리 건너왔는데 좀 운하 쪽으로 가는. 그 교수님 여기서 뭐 하세요? 교수님, 그 답변을 찾으실 거면은 걸어가가지고 먼저 그 그림을 찾으세요, 교수님. 아니, 지금 내가 그거 여기는 뭐 없는데. 교수님 지금 찾으셔가지고 지금 우리 빨리 여기를 애를 만나야 되는 시간인데. 여기에 있나? 이런 벽면에? 아, 이게 기 잃으면 안 되는데, 게임이. 물어볼까? 물어보는 건 근데 안 되는 것 같아.
Sorry. Do you forgive me?
Can you give me directions to the fountain again?
You have to go along the quay on the left, then cross the bridge and you are there. You can't miss it. Oh no, Bella. That is just a customer. Calm down. Yes, I assure you. I found your...
여기로 다시 돌아와 버렸네? 아니, 예? 카페라고 적혀있는 데가 있나 혹시? 피제. 아씨, 개어렵네 진짜. 뭐야, 여기로 왜 다시 돌아왔지? 고양아, 술 가지고 다시 왔어? 야, 이거 술 먹고 마시면은, 이거 술 먹고 보면은 좀 놀란다 얘. 야, 고양이 그림을 먼저 찾아볼까? 안녕 고양아. 분수부터 다시 시작할까? 나 고양이 그림이 그려져 있는 곳을 찾기가 너무 힘들다. 암호요? 아니요? 아직 못 풀었어. 여기에는 숫자 없잖아. 더 높다고 하는 게 아니겠어요? 거기까지는 가야 되는 것 같아요. 일단 다시 가는 중. 그래서 여기가 모자 장수. 우리가 건너서, 아씨, 교수님 계속 여기서 계시네. 여기서 숫자 발견했잖아. 해서 모자 장수를 발견해서 앨리스는 도로 좁은 골목길을 지나. 아, 도로가 다시 아니야? 도로라는 뜻이 여기서 지금 다시 건넜다라는 뜻 아니야? 왜냐면 여기서 도로라는 글을 썼잖아. 다시 좁은 골목길을 지나서 라는 거니까 여기에 다시 돌아갔다는 뜻 아닐까? 본 다음에? 하지만 그래도 길을 모르죠? 다시 좁은 골목길을 지나서 온 앨리스는 커피를 마시는 고양이를 만나게 됐습니다. 커피를 마시는 고양이? 일로 다시 온 건가? 패스트푸드. 아이씨, 여기 다시 왔어. 야, 여기서 팬텀마인 그만해. 아이씨, 머리 아프네. 골치 아프네. 이것까지만 딱 끝내고 가는 게 좀 깔끔한데, 인정? 여기서 5에서 보고 골목길을 지나서 건넜어. P 쪽으로 가볼까? P? H 타고 P. H 타고 P. 더 할 것 같아? 미안. 제가 빨리 찾아볼게. 여긴 어디야? 여기다. 피광장. 여기 혹시 차를 마시는 고양이가 있나? 고양이는 있다. 근데 이거 차를 마시는 고양이가 아니잖아. 그냥 고양이 그림 있는 곳 아니야? 차를 마시는 고양이는 아닌 것 같은데? 어떻게 봐도 차를 마시는 고양이는 아니잖아, 이거. 그냥 고양이 그림이잖아. 그냥 일단 숫자 있으니까 284. 좋아. 일단 고양이가 다른 골목을 뛰어가서 넓은 광장으로. 일단 광장이라고 했으니까 여기가 맞을 수도 있어. 다시 넓은 광장으로 갔다고 했거든. 다른 골목길을 지나서. 그러면은 여기서 I로 들어가서 Q로 가는 게 나을 것 같아. 여기로 들어가서 Q. 여기로 나온 앨리스는 카드 병정? 카드 병정들을 만들어냈다고? 바닥에 카드가 놓여져 있는 곳이 있나? 곳곳에 바닥에 카드가 버려져 있는 거 보니까 카드... 카드 6입니다. 6 2846 해서 앨리스는 다시 뛰고 또 뛰어서 부두의 끝자락에 가게 되었습니다. 부두의 끝자락? 앨리스는 다시 그냥 뛰었다고 했거든. 여기서 앨리스가 뛰고 또 뛰어서 뛰고 또 뛰어서라는 말을 반복한 거 보니까 부두의 끝 N쪽으로 가야 될 것 같은데? 앨리스는 뛰고 또 뛰어서 부두의 끝자락에 달성하게 됐어요. 그쵸. 여기죠. 앨리스는 뛰고 또 뛰어. 오케이. 앨리스는 뛰고 또 뛰어서 부두의 끝자락. 마지막 9. 여기 같은데? 2, 8, 4, 6. 맞았네. 와, 겨우 찾았다, 이씨. 아니, 교수님, 그냥 자연스럽게 뒤에 따라 붙었네? 응?
Hey, you.
Hey, you.
Lose them.
아니, 야, 이 새끼야 거기 안 서? 이 새끼가 갑자기 파쿠르 액션을. 야, 이 새끼 거기 안 서 너? 아이씨. 아니 다시 떠봐. 왼쪽으로. 거기 안 서 이 새끼야? 이쪽인가? 여기 있구만. 이 자식이 거기 안 서? 새끼가 너 딱 기다려라. 우와.
Move over.
아 진짜 야랄 맞네. 다 검정색이야 여기는? 자 말도 안 되는 소리 하지마.
Too many! Too many masks! The murderer could be standing there watching me and laughing.
짠, 짠짠, 짜라라란.
Yes, Detective Locke?
The murderer got away.
아니,
I'm coming
교수님.
back. But it looked like he dropped something when he climbed the first wall.
All right, I'll go and see. For my part, unfortunately, I could do nothing for the victim. He was already dead.
이미 죽었어?
I have already alerted the Italian authorities. I will see what I can find while I wait for them.
아 이번에 교수님 시간이야? 어?
A pair of women's
성룡왕도?
glasses. Was Ratchet planning a new identity?
신분 위장료? 아 이거 시간이 생각보다 오래 걸릴 것 같은데?
There must be
여기서 딱 그
several
끊을까요?
tens of thousands of dollars in this bag.
여기서 끊을까? 여기서 딱 끊는 게 좋을 수도 있어. 시간이 여기서 더 있는 것 같거든 내가 볼 때? 한 2시간 정도? 아하 아쉽다. 지금 완전 흥미진진해졌어. 뭐지? 분명히 내가 한 거는 끝인데 내 안쪽 추린 다 끝났는데 끝난 게 아니야. 맞아 그럴 것 같아서. 아니, 분명히 내 추리 끝났는데. 아 재밌었습니다. 아 생각보다 금방 끝날 줄 알았는데 아직 훨씬 좀 더 남았나봐. 그러니까 더 하면 좀 끊기 애매해져 버릴까봐 오늘은 여기까지 하도록 하겠습니다. 종료! 아 원작 기준으로 이미 끝이지. 아 근데 약간 비님도 놀라지 않았어? 왜 더 있지? 약간 이 느낌 아니야 지금? 뭐야 왜 갑자기 더 있지? 모임 약간 이러고 있네. 여러분 보고 오시면 안 됩니다. 이런 것도 이제 저랑 같이 봐야 됩니다. 인정? 이런 것도 나랑 또 같이 봐야 또 재밌거든. 대체 모임 이러면서. 아 재밌다. 여러분들 제가 끊지만 내일 또 와가지고 바로 할 거니까 내일 또 바로 게임 이거 이어서 해야겠다. 방종국 하면서 가도록 하겠습니다. 아 재밌네. 오늘은 오스카님이 제가 키고 있는 시간에 방송을 하신 게 되게 오랜만이거든요. 오늘 여보 일하는 거 보러 갈래요? 아니면 컵헤드 보러 갈래요? 컵헤드가 낫겠지? 컵헤드 보러 가자. 본인데도 오늘 컵헤드 엔딩 보실 건가 봐. 응원해주세요. 25분 키신데 됐어요. 왜 이렇게 오늘 늦게 키셨대? 나에게 열려있어. 오늘 컵헤드 중이시라니까 나한테 이제 컵헤드 또 보고 싶다고 하신 분들은 또 컵헤드 재밌게 또 보시고 내일 또 바로 추리게임 진행해 봅시다. 우리 내일 좀 기대됩니다. 약간 어라? 이러고 있어가지고 되게 재밌어요. 다들 내일 봅시다. 재밌었으면 다들 안녕. 빠이빠이. 컵헤드? 내일 봅시다. 초바 안녕 빠이빠이 뿅.